we will be having three sessions as usual in today's course. First session will be handling personal branding, which encompasses dressing and appearance. And then in our second session, we will be having ISO 14001, talking about environmental management system. And then after a short break, we will be coming into our third session, which we are going to be discussing about modeling business processes. I believe we've all had a very wonderful time so far. It's been an insightful time, and I believe that you all are enjoying your trainings. Thank you once again for joining. So without further ado, I will be introducing our first trainer for today in the person of Mobolanle Theresa Ojo. Mobolanle Theresa Ojo. Mrs. Mobola has 18 years plus of experience in customer service management, implementation, auditing, strategic planning, service delivery, and project execution in a multidisciplinary and multicultural environment. She has vast experience in various fast-paced, high-pressure business environments. These include telecommunications, manufacturing, banking, and colocation data center. She is detailed-oriented. She is an auditor with well-established knowledge of control process validation, trained in certification, recertification, and surveillance audits with an understanding of information security management systems, IT service management, quality management, and business continuity. She is known for great attention to detail, exemplary auditing skills, and commitment to excellence. So, with a clapping of hand in the chat room, I want you to make welcome Mrs. Mobolanle Theresa Ojo. Mrs. Bolanle, please, you can take it up from here. You're welcome.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right then. Good morning, everybody. I'm not sure if you can see me. Okay, there it is. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me very well. Yes, you can. Okay. Thank you all for taking time to join this session. We would have a very interesting conversation around personal branding. My name is Mobola Ojo. Please call me Mobola. You don't need to say Mrs. Mobola. Thank you very much, Mercy, for that introduction. That was actually very interesting. So I'll just share my screen so we can go straight to the presentation. And then I'll stop sharing my video until after the presentation so we can actually focus on the slides. I hope that's okay. All right then, so I'll share my screen now. Can you all see my screen? Okay. All right, so I'll stop sharing my video. Mercy, can you confirm that? Because I can't see the chat box anymore. Can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, your screen is seen, ma, but it's not moving.
What'd you say?
I can see your screen, but it's not moving.
No, I haven't started.
Okay, yes, I can see your screen.
Okay, all right then. So we'll just get started. Once again, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this very interesting session. So I first of all need you to know that the fact that we are talking about personal branding, it means that it is very, very important. If it was not important, I believe that we will not have to create a session to discuss personal branding. Personal branding is really about grooming and appearance, and it's the theme of your professional personality. If there was one thing that I would leave you with at the end of this session, but I'll say it here now as we start so you can actually form how you see the whole conversation. Learn to dress the way you want to be addressed. This is a sentence that was said to me over 20 years ago, and I would say it has formed a huge part of who I am today. It formed a huge part of how I actually approach dressing. So have it at the back of your mind, dress the way you want to be addressed. Now, grooming and appearance. Grooming has an impact on you as a person. It has an impact on your colleagues. It has an impact on customers. Your clothes convey the message that you are confident, you are presentable, you are ambitious, you are sincere. Well, I don't understand the sincere part, but your clothes really, how you put yourself together as a person, it has a major impact on you. You can actually build a whole lot of confidence by the way you put your dressing together. You enter a place and you command respect. I've gone through the entire slide. I don't think it actually mentioned anything about expense on how your clothes should be. Trust me when I say that the clothes do not have to be expensive. That mindset should totally be discarded. Your clothes, you can still put them together in an absolutely fantastic way, and they are actually just still have to be affordable. They need to be clean. They need to be well put together. We'll discuss all that as we go. So also have at the back of your mind, we're not talking expensive outfits. We're not talking pricey outfits. We're just saying, put your appearance together in a way that you actually make a statement by the first time somebody sets their eyes on you. There are a few times in your life when it isn't contradictable to say that your destiny hangs in your appearance and the impression that you make. I know that over the years, we've all heard this, that you don't have two opportunities to make a first impression. When somebody's meeting you for the first time, that first time is the first time. So you need to ensure that you are intentional about that meeting. It could be an interview. It could even be a meeting. It doesn't mean that you're looking for a job and you're trying to impress. You actually could already be working in your work environment. Let them know you for being intentional. Even if you're still in school, some of you could actually still be students, or you're just coming out of school. Be known to be intentional. And believe me when I say, even if you have to wear a uniform, you can wear that uniform, put it together in a way that it is neat, it is precise, and they still look at you, even though you're in a uniform, and you still look absolutely fantastic. It is all about being intentional about yourself as a person, about your appearance, knowing that whoever sees you, either for the first time or the 10th time, they will assess you based on what they can see, first of all, before you even have the opportunity to speak to them. Now, what is grooming? It is the process of making yourself look neat and attractive. It involves the things which make you to look tidy and pleasant. There's some, we'll talk about colors as we proceed, but there's some colors that when you wear them, you would look a bit drab and you could also look dull. We don't want such colors, so we will discuss colors as we progress in this conversation. Please let me know if you're following this conversation. If I'm a bit too fast, do let me know. So I'll just check the chat room. Let me know if you're following the conversation. If I'm fast, please let me know. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. So we also said here that grooming also means dressing well. Dressing well to be presentable to others. You know, we have two sets of people. There are some people who believe that the way I look really doesn't matter. Either I'm intelligent, I'm an intellectual, I'm articulate, people love to hear me talk, so I can dress the way I want to. No, it doesn't work that way. It gives you an additional edge if you are smart, you're intelligent. The way you dress actually gives it a complete outlook. So it is very good to be intentional. it's very good to actually groom yourself and make sure that you stand out in the crowd. What's the big deal? Just like I said, grooming and dress code do not make a man. Yes, we all understand that. But when he is made, they greatly improve his appearance. Just like our school has said that we should read carefully and think. Yes, we understand that our outward appearance, it really doesn't form who we are as people. But when we are intentional about putting that good appearance together, it would improve your entire personality. It would improve the way people assess you. It would even give you yourself self-confidence. You walk into a place, you can speak well because you know you're neat, you look well put together, and you can command respect. People learn best about you not by being told, but by experiencing your appearance and your actions. Clearly, there are two different things. Your actions is what people clearly would use to assess you, but your appearance also plays a major role. So believe me when we say it is a very big deal, and that is why we're discussing it this morning. So we're saying here that grooming enhances your appearance and your professionalism. Whether this is real or imaginary, the important fact is that your appearance influences the opinions of everyone around you. So try to picture this. You go in for a meeting and you are either meant to give a presentation and your tie is just looking rumpled, your jacket is not well ironed, or your shirt is rumpled. No matter what you're trying to say in that presentation, even the people there will get distracted by your outlook because you're not looking well put together. So you can actually have a brilliant presentation, but the way you're put together is actually distracted, and it reduces the whole integrity of what you're trying to say. So even though we know that, yes, what we are selling, or either we're in a meeting or we're representing our companies or we're even going for an interview, you can have a brilliant profile, a brilliant interview session. But the way you look also means a lot to the person you're meeting with, the team that you're presenting to. So always be intentional about that, because your appearance, it goes a long way into influencing people's opinions about you. It might really not be good, but that is how it is. And people like to associate with cleanliness, neatness, well put together. So it is good to always ensure that we are groomed professionally. Now, grooming is important for a positive self-image and to encourage and assist in maintaining a pleasing and attractive appearance. Now, some of the perceptions people have about you come solely from your appearance. And like I said, it really might not be, it might not be good, but that is how we are as humans. Someone walked into a place and you just unintentionally just take a quick glance, you're looking at them, okay, the shoes are clean, they're polished. If it's a lace-up shoe, it's well laced up. If they're wearing socks, or maybe the sit down, you can see it's neat, it's nicely colored, it's not distracted. It's just people would assess you based on your appearance. So it is very important to pay close attention to how you look. Now, we're talking about your professionalism. So we'll still talk about this in the slides. It is very important to be mindful of the organization where you work. You need to be mindful of dress codes. You need to be mindful of dress sense. Ensure that you're actually abiding by the rules and regulations when it comes to dress code. There are some organizations that are not very hard on that. I've worked in several organizations. Some, it was really very corporate. For some, it was business casual. But even though it was business casual, you would never catch me in a pair of jeans on a Monday. You just wouldn't catch me on a pair of jeans on a Monday, even though you could see people wear it. But it's just good to send the right message, because really, there are instances where I have come to realize that when you move to a certain level of management, you can be asked to represent your company just because either your MD or your director knows that when you go for that meeting, you would look absolutely smart. You will look sharp and you would give a good presentation. So even though it's just about dressing, when you are known for being intentional, looking smart, looking neat, smelling good, you would most likely actually be nominated to represent your managers, go for presentations. You would actually be assigned key roles. And believe me, this can single-handedly lie on the way you put your appearance together. Grooming is very, very important. Now, your level of sophistication also plays a major role in this. Now, you need to realize this, and like I said, it really doesn't have to be pricey. It doesn't have to be expensive. So I made a note to say, I'll say this to you. I know we'll still discuss colors. Do you know that you can actually have one or two dark colored blazers or jackets, and you can wear them for the next 2 weeks, just matching it with the right colors, nice subtle colors, nice colored ties, but you actually only have 2 clean pairs and nobody would know. So it depends on how you actually put them together, and you will still look absolutely sophisticated. I assure you, I mean, over the years, it's not like I've always had a wide variety of clothes. There were times that after NYSC, I probably just had what, 2 blazers, maybe 3 colored pants, but it's the way you put it together, and you would still look absolutely neat, and you're intentional. Be very, very intentional about your grooming. It plays a significant role on how you rise even across the ladder. Now, your intelligence. So like I said, you can actually be a very smart person. You would have more confidence in yourself when you know for a fact that you look good. You know you look neat, you know you look sharp. Believe me, when you're speaking, you would command respect, even without you knowing it. And it plays a major role on your self-worth as a person, your credibility or your reliability. So I would say reliability, because the truth is this: if you're intentional about the way you dress, people will know that, okay, that means you're not just a random person. That means you're not just putting 1 or 2 together. Some might think it is a bit too much, but for someone like me, all the way from university, what I would wear for the whole week, I know it. That is how intentional I was about my dressing. I know what I'll wear to school on Monday, on Tuesday. I plan it in my head. So it wasn't just about fashion sense. It was the fact that I didn't want to just wake up in the morning, I have a lecture at what, maybe 9 a.m., and then I'm rushing to put this together. No. So you can imagine as far back as university. So that really stayed with me over the years. When I became clearly a professional, what I would wear for the week, I know it. That's how much I put into my grooming and my appearance. I know the shoes that I would wear. I know the color of the shoes. They will already be clean. I won't wake up in the morning and I'm picking up my bag, I'm picking up a pair of shoes, I'm cleaning it on the morning. It doesn't, it really would not work. So I would say everything that you would need for a work day, it could even be church, it could be a session, it could be a seminar. Everything that you would need, plan it in your head, put it together, put your appearance together, and believe me, by the time you're waking up the next morning, because you already know what you are going to wear, you wake up, you're not agitated, you're not in a rush, you already know you have a part of your day set out. It would even make getting ready easier for you. So make sure that it's just a recommendation. It's what has worked for me. And that's why I'm sharing that with you. Okay, so I also, we're saying here that the way people assess you on your appearance, they would respect you. People would actually accord respect to you because you're well put together. They won't just shove you aside to say, oh, maybe the shirt is rumpled, or, oh, this person could even be bothered to iron their tie or put on, the right cufflinks. If you look well put together, you can be sure that you would get respect from the people that you're meeting with. Professional grooming aspects, it's about overall cleanliness. It's about your hair, it's about your nails, it's about your teeth. Your makeup for the ladies, it should be subtle, it should be, the truth is this, we all know subtle makeup and we all know very loud and heavy makeup. So we're saying as professionals, let's make sure that we have the appropriate makeup. Accessories should not be too heavy. We will still discuss this in details. Clearly, it also is about dress code and uniform. Like I said, there are some organizations that when you're there, some are actually very casual. So if you're in an Amazon, for example, clearly it's very casual. If you're in a UBA, for example, yes, you know that you need to wear the appropriate dressing. Fridays now, I know sometimes it's now like business casual, so some can wear native, but even if you're wearing native, make sure it is actually clean, it is tidy, it is ironed. If you're wearing a pair of leather slippers, if it's acceptable, don't wear flip-flops, don't wear Crocs. Like, wear proper sandals and make it look neat so that even if you're still wearing native, you're still passing the statement that you're well put together and you're well groomed. Overall cleanliness. So it's recommended that you take a shower at least twice a day if you can. Be mindful of the climate. But worst case scenario, please make sure you have a bath every day. And I'm certain that we all do. But because we're talking about grooming, and that's why we have to mention it here. Please pay close attention to cleanliness. The clothes you're wearing, ensure that they are neat, they're tidy, and they're also odor-free. So there are times that we put clothes either in a cabinet or a wardrobe. By the time you bring them out, they could be a bit dusty. They could, have like a damp smell. And that's why it's good to plan your day. If you'd brought it out the day before, you would know, okay, I need to probably put this out to air, or I need to just make sure this is not smelling damp or air. So please make sure it's odor-free. Give due check to your body odor. So there's some of us who actually do need to pay closer attention than the others. So please be mindful. Don't let people be the ones to tell you. Some might not tell you. They probably will just avoid you, and we don't want such to happen. So please be very, very cautious of how you smell. Ensure that you get an oil-free and your neat look at every point in time. Some of us actually have very oily face like me. So I make sure that most times, as often as I can, I check to make sure it's not looking too oily. So if you're like me, make sure that you ensure that you're not looking very oily on your face and you look very neat. Take adequate steps for cure and prevention of skin and other diseases. So if you have any skin disease, which is very natural, it's very common, if that is happening to you, please make sure you either see your doctor or you see a pharmacist and make sure that it's actually treated. You don't want people looking at you to either say, oh, maybe you have an eczema or you have a skin rash and you're not taking care of it. If you know you have any of that, please make sure that you have it attended to appropriately. So here we have recommendations for men. So we're saying the hair for the men, it is recommended that it doesn't fall over the ears, your eyebrows, or even touch the back of your collar. Remember, we're talking professionalism here. So we're talking about best practice. These are recommendations for best practice. And we're saying maybe you should always present. Okay, so we're saying this other picture, it's not very clear, but I think we all get the idea. So yes, the person has a bit of hair, but it still looks well put together. Facial hair should be as low as possible. We don't want a full beard and looks quite unprofessional. Untrimmed mustache, sideburns, and beards are not recommended in a professional environment. Hairstyles for women. So we're saying for females, please tie your hair in a neat hairstyle as much as you can, pulled away from your face because it actually could be distracting for you and for the people that you're either meeting with or you're presenting to. If the hair is longer than your jawline, it should please be tied in a bun so that you look really well presentable. It should be combed at all times with a neat appearance every point in time. If you have a wig, for example, and it requires a hairbrush, please put a brush in your bag so that in case it gets tangled, you can just pop into the toilet and just, give it a quick brush, either let it down or pack it again. Hair holding devices should be plain as much as possible and should be of natural color. The conspicuous rubber bands and flowery paints are not advisable. So there are some that are really not too flashy, and they can still actually be nice and colorful because it adds to your overall appearance. But the recommendation here is that it shouldn't be really too bright and too colorful for a professional environment. Okay, so your nails. Make sure your nails are clean, they're short, and it's just basic recommendation for your nails. If they're brittle or discolored, please make sure that they are properly filed. And I mean, you don't reach out your hands to shake someone and your nails are chipped or they're broken. So as much as you can, if your nails are not natural, if you fix a nail, make sure that they're neat and they're clean. And if they're getting chipped, please make sure they're taken off and just wear your natural nails. But at every point in time, make sure that you don't have dirt under your nails, and just be very conscious of your nails because it also plays a major part of your entire appearance. Your teeth and your mouth, this I'm sure we all know, but because we're talking about grooming, that's why we're having to discuss this. Make sure you brush your teeth twice a day. Worst case scenario, once, and then you can just rinse with a mouthwash or gargle at the end of the day. Trust me, when your teeth is white and clean, it gives you a fantastic boost. You can smile at everybody, even if you think the person doesn't like you. You're smiling away either way because you know that you have very good white teeth. So make sure, please, that you ensure that your teeth is clean at every point in time. So, well, to rinse your mouth after every meal might not be possible, but at every point that you can. So either when you get home or maybe you go into the restroom, if you can rinse your mouth. But if you can't, when you get home, please make sure you just rinse it out, just to be sure that by the next day you don't have much particle buildups. So the few tips here for makeup for women: makeup should be natural looking for a professional environment. Your nail polish and your lip color should not be too trendy or too bright. If you're going to wear a perfume, I would actually recommend wear a perfume. It is one of the things that I would not be caught not wearing. So please make sure your fragrance is very subtle. It's not too harsh. Some fragrances, when you put them on and you enter a place, some people are maybe not allergic, but they're prone to some strong smell. So if you're wearing fragrance, make sure that it is mild and it's not too harsh. So we're told here that we should please stay away from extremely dark, bright, red, and fluorescent colors of makeup. It is not acceptable in a workplace. Well, it is not, I won't say acceptable, it's not recommended. It could be acceptable, but it's not recommended. Hair colors, as much as possible, should not be 1 or 2 shades darker or lighter than your natural hair. Unnatural colors like green and burgundy, I don't think we're going to do that. But as much as possible, please try and avoid. Now, accessories for men. We're saying here that it's recommended that men should limit accessories or jewelries to 3 pieces. And this includes if you're wearing a ring, a wallet, a handkerchief, and it shouldn't be too casual. A dress watch may be worn, and please avoid sporty and athletic styles. But of course, you can wear the trackers and all that, but don't wear something so big and massive and it just looks out of place. It also forms a part of your grooming, so please be mindful of the watch. Please avoid as much as possible bracelets, especially the big bracelets, necklaces, or visible piercings. So there's some bracelets that men can wear. It's actually very thin and very small. I believe that really is not out of place, but don't wear those, those 4 or 5 like leather bracelets. It is not recommended in a professional environment. If you're wearing glasses, it should be simple design, not glittering or not shiny. Just make sure they're neat and they're professional looking. So these are just recommendations on grooming for men. Accessories for women. So we're saying jewelry should be kept minimal. It should be normal and it should be conservative. As much as you can, facial piercings should be avoided. And be mindful of your environment, be mindful of where you work, be mindful if you're going for an interview, be careful of the environment you're going to, pay close attention to it, and make sure that you're in line with what is acceptable standard where you are. Clearly, your earrings should not be big and round for professional work environments. We can save that for church and for our outings. For work environments, please make sure we're wearing small earrings, neat. It could even be visible, but not big and round that it would like take all the attention away from everything else. Try and avoid chunky bracelets for work and not too many bangles. Bangles actually jiggle and they make a lot of noise. We can save that for when we're going for our parties. But for work environments, let's limit it to as much as possible. Very simple, very neat and very tidy bracelets. The 5-piece rule. So we're told to only wear 5 accessories. These are, remember, they're recommendations just based on best practice. Your earrings count as 2. Your watch counts as 3, allowing 2 additional accessories. Someone like me, I always like to wear a brooch. So a brooch would also be a part of it. So maybe your necklace. Apart from your walking bag, if you're carrying an additional bag, preferably make sure you're carrying either a black or a brown one. So remember that we're talking about work environment here. If you're going somewhere else, of course, you can carry all the colors that you want. So we're just trying to make sure that in your grooming appearance, you really look well put together and you look professional. So these are recommendations. Like you can see the earring here, it's not really tiny. It's still visible, but this is acceptable standard. All right, then. So we're saying here that before choosing a dress, understand that you represent an image of the company. So we're talking in a professional environment. Either you're going to work or you're going to represent your organization or you're going for a meeting. Whatever you're putting together, remember that people would look at you and know that, oh, okay, this person is from this organization. Oh, this is a very good, well-dressed person. You actually represent an organization. If you're going for an interview, you represent yourself. So make sure that you groom yourself in a way that you would pass a statement from that very first meeting. Understanding the culture helps you decide what kind of clothes to shop for. Like I said, be mindful of the work environment, be mindful of where you're going to. If it's an interview, be mindful of how you're expected to dress, and please make sure that you follow the requirements. Understand that casual does not mean sloppy. Like I said, there's some work environments. So while I was working in Airtel, for example, it was very, very casual. Like we would dress up like we were actually going to university classes, but it wasn't sloppy. We still made sure that we looked very neat, we looked well put together, but it was a very casual environment. So if you find yourself in that kind of environment, still be intentional about what you're wearing. Even if you're allowed to wear jeans Monday to Friday, you can still wear it and still look very, very clean, very neat. You're not sagging your jeans. You're not wearing the jeans that doesn't have a belt. You still look well put together. So yes, you can be casual, but that doesn't mean that you should be sloppy. Once again, know the company policy and make sure that you are dressed accordingly. What to wear? Gentlemen, we're recommending suit, matching jacket and pants, dress shirt, coordinating socks, belts, and shoes. Like I said, if you're wearing native, if you're wearing either sandals or slippers, still make sure that they look really well put together and they still look neat and they're not dirty, they're not worn out. And remember yet again, they don't have to be pricey for them to look neat and well put together. So we're saying sober looking ties. Don't wear too many flashy color of ties. Learn to coordinate the colors and just make sure that they are the right colors for the shirt that you're wearing. And remember, we're talking dark jackets and blazers here. For the ladies, recommended pantsuits, coat dress, or formal saris, dress with a jacket, a blouse, top, skin tone liners, basic pumps, whatever you're wearing, make sure they're all well put together. Either they're casual, the business casual, or the very corporate. The success formula: the following attire gives a person complete control over others' perceptions. So we're saying black and blue suit. Black and blue are the colors of authority. And like I said, you honestly can have just one pair of black suit, one navy blue, and you can wear it so many times and nobody would know you're wearing the same thing because of the way you're coordinating it, because of the way you're putting it together, and you're matching the appropriate tops or appropriate shirts and appropriate ties with those two colors that you have. White shirts, you would always win with the white shirts. You would always look professional and look tidy, either for male or female. Make sure that as much as you can, wear white shirts with your blazer and your jackets. Red color tie up to the waist is recommended. It makes you actually look really good. Black socks, clearly, because once you sit down, people can see the socks you're wearing. There's some socks that are not black. They actually have a bit of print or colors on them, but they still look very well put together, and they match either the shirt you're wearing or the outfit you're wearing in total. So please be mindful of your socks. Don't think, oh, maybe nobody will see the socks and you're wearing a funny colored socks. Okay, so just please be mindful of your socks. Make sure that your belts are sober buckled. We don't want, the jeans kind of belts, those massive belts. Please don't put them on your shirt with your blazers and your jacket. Wear the corporate slim belts. It just gives you that complete look together. Colors that work: dark to medium range blues, navy blue. It's honestly a win anytime, any day, and is respected by all across levels. You would also win with gray. Gray is a very good color to have. Camel, black. Black is clearly a necessity. Dark brown. So the problem is this: if you don't have too many, I would say don't do the gray immediately. Don't do the dark brown or the burgundy or the rust, because if you wear it twice in a week, it would be obvious you're wearing it twice in a week. So if you are limited, make sure you have your navy blue and your gray. Those two are the most important. When you have options for more, then you can please add the dark brown, you can add the gray, you can add some other colors, and you can mix and match in a very, very coordinated manner. Okay, quickly now I have to run through this. Colors to avoid for women: as much as possible, avoid the tints, avoid pale yellow, bright orange. It's not very recommended for a professional environment. Men and women, both genders, try to avoid shades of green. Mustard doesn't really work well. Dark colors make you really actually seem like you're in control. So as much as you can, make sure that you are sticking to dark colors. So this is just a picture to show women. I'm sure we all know this, but we just have to put this in here. This would actually get you the right attention in a professional work environment. This also, like I said, look at the belts that we have here. The right buckle, the right size. The ties are not looking all too colorful. The shoes, they can be buckled, they can be loafered, but they just have to be neat and well put together and matching the outfits that we are wearing. Remember, there's a time and a place for all types of attire. Clothing that works well for the beach, the yard, the dance club, trips to the mall, the movies, exercise sessions really are not appropriate for a professional work environment, even if that environment is a casual work environment. It still is not suitable. So let's always have that in mind. To conclude, one can say that you only have one chance to make a good first impression. Like I said earlier, your appearance tells others how you feel about yourself, which can define how they treat you. Your corporate ladder climb will be easier if you look like you belong there. So like I said, if your company knows that this person at every point in time, you are intentional about your outlook, being brilliant or being articulate, being intelligent, it's a major win, but also looking well-groomed, it's a major plus. First impression test. I mean, we'll have a very corporate looking lady and we'll have another interesting lady in B. Both of them are very, very good, clearly, but one is more suitable for a work environment. So at every point in time, let's make sure that we are appropriately dressed. So look at the gentleman in A and the gentleman in B. Yet again, there's nothing wrong with what they are wearing, but one is more suitable, and one clearly, if he walks into the meeting, I would give attention and listen clearly to the gentleman in A. B, I would know that clearly you're not ready for this meeting or you're not ready for this interview. And I would also just be casual about my assessment. So let's please be intentional about our overall grooming. What influences you is surely apparent level of sophistication, the color of your tie, your shoes, your dress, a well-groomed appearance, conservative appearance. Let's always try to be conservative at every point in time. Overall attractiveness, your non-verbal signs. So you don't really need to say anything, just the way you put yourself together, it speaks for you. And that's why I said at every point in time, please be intentional. Apparent level of self-confidence, like I said, when you know that you look good, you look smart, you look neat, your confidence will actually show, and it cuts across at every point in time, no matter where you are, no matter who you're speaking to. When you know that you actually belong in a place, you dress like it, and you will be treated as such. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mobola.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you. It's been a wonderful time with you, and I've learned a lot also. So I don't know for our students, if you have questions, you can put it on the chat room. Or if you want to ask, you could raise your hand so we can unmute you to ask your question. Please, if we have any question, okay. Okay, you are being appreciated, Mobola.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
so I
very
would
much,
want,
everybody.
yeah, I would want to chip in a little bit because there is an adage that says you are addressed the way you are dressed. So a little experience was when I was in my office one time, and I wore a bracelet, a bead bracelet, and my boss was like, "What are you wearing? What are you wearing?" And I don't like that in my office. And that was a turn off for me. It was a turn off for me. So you should be dressed. You should be dressed the way you want to be addressed. So that is it. Thank you so much. Please, do we have a question? Do we have questions? Please feel free to ask your question. Okay.
Okay, Daniel has a question.
Yes, please. Daniel, do you want to talk, or do you want to type in your question?
Okay, he's put it there. He said, is it possible to be overdressed?
Oh.
Actually, Daniel, it's very possible to be overdressed, especially in a professional work environment. It's better to actually just look well put together. So overdressed for a female could mean that I have put on a shirt, I put on a blazer, then I put on beads on my shirt. So even though I'm looking well dressed, it's a bit too much. So that's actually overdressing. And even for men, you can actually be overdressed. You can either wear a shirt, wear a tie, put a lapel pin, put a watch on your, so it's just good to, okay. So yes, you can be overdressed. Adjust on the mission. Okay. No, you're not in the wrong. No. So he's saying here that I dress in a British suit to professional work environment where others wear a normal suit. No, you're not. You're all professionally dressed, so you can wear either suit as long as it's well coordinated and put together. Thank you for your questions, Daniel. They're both totally acceptable. Will there be?
Okay, another question.
No, I think he's just commenting on
Okay, it's a
the,
comment.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
another question. Is wearing a native attire with a cap considered dressing corporately?
Okay, Agnes. So I actually worked in Dangote for 5 years. And in Dangote, trust me, the most acceptable dressing was the native. So you'd see the gentleman dressed in their native with the cap, and it was a complete dressing. But for some, they didn't put it on. So I would say to each his or her own, understand the environment that you are, understand the culture of where you are, and just dress appropriately. But I don't think there's a yes or a no to that question. Do you understand? Because for some, yes, it completes the dressing, but if they don't put a cap on it, it really doesn't mean it's wrong or incomplete. So it really depends on the setting that you are, Agnes. Thank you very much, Joseph.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much once again, Mobola. Thank you. Oh. Okay, somebody is giving you a comment here. I remember back in school, some people wore native to defend their project.
Yeah, that's very acceptable.
Oh,
as long as it's well put together, it's I mean it's my culture. I can choose to wear my native. All right, then. It's actually been really, really interesting. Thank you so much, Mercy, for having me. Thank you, Transformation College. And I wish
okay.
everybody an amazing session ahead. I hope to see
Thank,
you again very soon.
thank you.
All right.
Please can you put an up lots of applause to Mobola.
Thank you.
It's really been an impactful one. Thank you, thank you, thank you
Thank you,
so
Joyce. Thank you,
much.
Justina. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Do
I had a very good time.
thank you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys.
Thank you.
Bye then.
All right, guys. You would agree with me that that was an impactful and insightful session with Mobola. I learned a lot. I have a lot also to correct on myself. And I believe that you are going to be putting these also to practice. All right. So it was a wonderful one. Thank you once again, Mobola. Okay, so without further waste of time, we will be moving to our next session. We will be moving to our next session, and the next session is on ISO 14001, talking about environmental management systems. And to take us on that training, on that session would be Inioluwa Aborowa. I hope I pronounced your name well. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that well. Inioluwa is a dedicated and results-driven management system consultant with a profound commitment to enhancing organizational efficiency and fostering sustainable growth. He has a dynamic background in environmental advocacy and information security. Please, with your applause, please let's make welcome Inioluwa Aborowa. Inioluwa, you can take it off from here.
All right, thank you very much, Messi. Good morning this morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here. I'll be your trainer for this course. So before we proceed, let me just share my screen so that we can proceed. Give me a minute to share my screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible. Hello,
Yes,
can I
please.
get?
We
All right,
can
thank
see
you.
it in clear, yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, good morning again. everyone. I'll be your trainer for this morning on ISO 14001, which is the 2015 edition, revision edition, which is also referred to as the environmental management system. So, sorry. Okay, now we are handling the foundation course this morning, and we start by this. Before we proceed, actually, this section we are going to come back to it because I believe most of us here at one point in time we've heard about the word ISO, or we've come across ISO in one place or the other, but we might not really know what ISO means. So before we tackle or we dissect what this slide that you're seeing on your screen really means or what it's talking about, I would like us to discuss and know more about what ISO is all about. So for this topic, we are going to be covering, for this course actually, we are going to be covering a few topics, which is introduction to ISO. We're looking at what ISO 14001 is all about. We're looking at the definition, the purpose and benefit of environmental management system, and we are going to be looking at the principles of environmental management system. So let's understand what ISO is all about. ISO is an international organization for standardization. They are an interdependent body with network in over 160 countries, and over the years they've developed management systems for specific industries and functional area. It was actually established in, that is 1947, that is February 23 to be precise. And over the years, they've published standards and in different areas, which is ranging from, we can talk about agricultural, talk about pharmaceutical, talks about automobile, talk about any organization, maybe manufacturing industry. They've established and published, developed different standards in this area. So majorly, the standards that have been published by ISO is, we can group them into two categories, which is we have the vertical standard and we have the horizontal standard. So when we talk about the vertical standard, we are talking about standards that actually they are meant for a specific or functional area. For instance, these are standards that it can only be it's applicable to a particular organization, to particular industrial settings. For instance, examples of this standard we can see is ISO 18001 and ISO 14000, which ISO 14001 is one of the series of ISO 14000 that we are considering this morning. So this type of standard is majorly established and developed for specific area. For instance, when we're talking about industries that they give out what we call waste products, maybe emission wise or effluent wise, those are people that adopt this ISO 14000 in general. But we also have what we call the horizontal standards. These are standards that it's applicable to all areas, irrespective of the industry. So, example, we can talk about ISO 27001, which talks about security, because as we might have it, there is no organization that does not keep employees' data or that does not need to protect the information that resides within the its organization. So these are standards that are widespread, and we also have ISO 9001, which talks about quality management. So let us look at some basic principles of ISO. The basic principles of ISO is, one, we have equal representation. Every fully flagged members of ISO body can develop standards that he or she fits, that it's like beneficiary to its his or her country. So under this, we have we talk about the categories of memberships. When it comes to ISO bodies, we have what we call the member bodies. and we also have the correspondent, and we have the subscriber. Those are the three major categories when it comes to membership in ISO. So the members bodies, these people, they influence ISO standards development and strategy by participating and voting in ISO technical and policy making meeting. Why the correspondent, all they just do, they are just observants, they are observers when it comes to policy makings. They attend meeting, but they cannot vote, and they can't input their own, they can't give their own inputs about the policy that's been established. And we also have the subscribers. So subscriber members they keep up to date on ISO works, but they cannot participate in the implementation or the use of ISO standards. So I hope I'm still audible and everyone can hear me clearly. Hello? Hello? Okay, I will take that as a yes. We also have, hello? Let me try and confirm. Hello, can I get a response from someone to be sure I'm still audible? Okay. We also have another principle that says voluntary. It's voluntary. The adoption of ISO standards, it's voluntary because ISO is a non-governmental organization. So they don't have a legal right to tell anybody, okay, adopt our standard, we've developed this standard, of develop this policy, that, okay, you have to adopt it by force. They don't have that right. They don't have that legal authority or the legal right to do that. But we can see that in most of the countries, we have legislative bodies that have adopted ISO standards as framework, whereby they need specific organization within their jurisdiction. They've mandated for them, okay, you have to be certified in this aspect of ISO standard. And we also have another principles of ISO, which is it's business oriented. ISO, they only develop standard for which there is a market demand. I hope you're getting me. And initially, ISO was funded with the idea of answering a fundamental question, which is, what is the best way of doing this? Of creating an international standard whereby it can create confidence in consumers that the products or services that they are purchasing is safe, reliable, and of quality. That was one of the reasons whereby ISO was funded in the first place. So when it comes to development of standard, they only develop standard for what there is a market demand for. If there is no market demand for it, ISO will not create or develop policy in that aspect. That is why we say one of their principles is business orientation. And we also have consensual approach, whereby before during the development of policies and procedures for any particular organization, there are experts, industrial experts, researchers, government, people from governmental bodies and other organizations that comes together, brings their expertise to, okay, this particular area, this will be beneficiary, this one, we need to put this one, everybody brings their input into the development of that standard. So it is a consensual approach. That means there is an agreement between varieties of people with expertise in their field. And we also have international cooperation. It is not maybe, for instance, we want to develop an ISO standard now, and it's only Nigeria that said, okay, let's create our own standard. But no, there is international cooperation from different parts of the world. People comes together to think about the best way to create a policy for a particular area that there is a business demand for. And let us also look at what we call about the management principle. We've looked at the basic principle. That's the one we looked at previously. These are the basic principles that talks about what makes ISO, why ISO exists and how they operate. That is the basic principle. Now we look at the management principle of ISO. ISO is customers focus, because there is no organization that does not depend on their customers, and therefore, as an organization, they need to understand what are the needs of the customer, and how can they satisfy or meet this customer need. And we also have the leadership aspect that there is another that says that a group or an organization is as strong as its leader. When there is a purposeful leader, then we know that the organization will go in the right way it's supposed to go. And we also have engagement of people. Organization at every level, people are involved. And ISO gives an insight, provides a framework by which people within the organization can be effectively utilize their ability and everything they possess to improve the organization goals, and like to achieve the organization goal rather, and to achieve its benefits. And also have process approach. ISO make it a principle that by implementing any of the ISO standard, you will have this idea, this understanding about how to be result driven. And you know that, okay, it is easier and the result is easily achieved when activities are managed in processes rather than in isolation or in silos. And also improvements. ISO standards gives matrix by which processes can be measured. And when you can measure process, that means it can be improved, which ISO standards gives us this opportunity. We also have evidence-based decision making. Most of ISO standards, you have to document them. They want to say, okay, we are doing this thing, it has to be documented accordingly, so that in the nearest future, or if there is a need to refer back to that particular thing to make a particular decision or to carry out a particular process, those things can serve as evidence. Okay, this is how we do things. Okay, this is the laid down criteria that has been itemized for making decision pertaining to these activities within the organization or that activities. Also, relationship management. ISO standard also give us the knowledge, the skills we need to, as an organization, to maintain a cordial relationship between us as an organization and our suppliers or the customers. Yeah, let's look at what we call integration of management system. So there are a lot of different set of management system. Like I said the other time, ISO has been able to produce over 22,000. That is since 1947. They've produced and developed over 20,000 standards, which cost across all different industries and different parastatals. So one of them we talk about is ISO 9001, which is the quality management system. So this standard is for business and organization actually, that they want to ensure that, okay, their goods and services is consistent, that it consistently meets the customer's requirements. And also we have that of ISO 14001, which we are considering, which is environmental management systems that provide assurance to management, to employees, to stakeholders, that, okay, as an organization, for instance, for an organization, that, okay, our environmental impact is being measured and is being improved on. And we also have the next one that talks about, which is also have ISO 27001, which is information security management system, which manages information. Like I said the other time, there is no organization that will say, okay, they are not keeping customer data or information. So this standard helps us in managing the information that reside within our jurisdiction or our customer data. And we also have the next one that talks about, which is ISO 45001, which is occupational health hazard. So this type of standard actually, it helps to reduce workplace hazard and ensure that every employee that every employee that's working within an organization, they get home safely. That is what this 45001 is talking about. And we have 22301, which is business continuity, that talks about, in case of, if there is any, let's say, any disaster within an organization, is there a plan in place that will enable the business to continue functioning pending the time whereby the incident or the disaster that occur will be rectified? And we also have that of health and safety also, which is also talking like it's one of the vertical standard that talks about the health, and it doesn't really apply to, like, it's not really talking about a particular product, but it's talking about the health and safety of the employee within an organization. So most of the time there's what we call IMS, which is what we are looking at, integration of a management system, whereby 2 or 3 or more of this standard is being implemented together at once. It's being integrated together. You can have an organization that can decide to say, we want to implement ISO 9001 and the ISO 14001, and also maybe another standard in conjunction, where we call integrated management system. So the purpose of doing this in most of the cases is to increase efficiency and the effectiveness of the organization and to achieve the organization goals and targets. So now, I talked earlier about implementation, like integration of 2 or more ISO standards. So for what reason can organization decide to, we want to do an integrated management system, whereby having 2 or more management system implemented together at the same time? So the purpose of this is to harmonize and optimize practice, to create a cordial relationship between standards, and also to reduce what we call replication or redundancy, whereby processes that are supposed to be managed at once will now be we are now managing it separately. And also to make sure that systems that are not formalized are being formalized. That means informal systems are being formalized. And also it helps for the purpose of improving communication, that is between 2 or more processes. So now, with the little I've said, I hope by now we have what we call a deep insight about ISO standards, what it's all about. So we can see that ISO is an international standard that touches everybody, right from using your bank card overseas, or to the point of the idea of making children toys not to have sharp edges. So it cuts across everything, and companies all over the world, they are applying and making use of this standard to ensure that the product, the services the product and service that they are given is in accordance to what the customer is interested in. So now let's look at what we call if we say the free benefit of this ISO standard is it saves times and money. Like I said the other time, it helps us to harmonize processes and reduce redundancy, whereby processes that are supposed to be managed differently, we can harmonize them. So the expenditure, the budget that is supposed to be spent on different activities cannot be harmonized, and that will reduce costs one way or the other. And also it increases customer satisfaction. By the time an organization implements one or two of these standards, for instance, an organization that implements ISO 14001 that we are considering now, which is environmental management system that talks about the protection of the environment. Talking about as an organization, you have the interest of the environment at heart. Your stakeholders, people that are in your surrounding. For instance, let's consider the plastic industry for an instance now. You are as a plastic industry, you're looking at, okay, what the plastic that has been generated over time in one way or the other has been impacting the environment negatively. That is why we see today the issue of flood as a result of undegradable plastic materials that block channels, that blocks drainage channels, and a lot more. So as an organization, that is why it is one of these reasons whereby, okay, the idea of recycling, the idea of, okay, reuse, the idea of the using of materials comes in, and the idea of, okay, we need to upcycle, we need to, this material that has been used before, that has been discarded, cannot be used again. The idea of, okay, we no longer need to have what we call a linear mode of operation or consumption, whereby we cannot have, okay, what we call circular consumption. That if you use something to produce something, after it has been used, instead of discarding it, we can redivert that waste into production and use it to produce new new materials. Also, getting more value out of all resources. That means we don't have to, because this one we have used it now, we have to discard it at once. No. Also, to improve environmental health. Also, it helps us to boost our credibility and customers' interest in us. For instance, now if an organization wants to do a business with another organization, these days they look, are you cybersecurity certified? Are you information security certified? And if it is, for instance, now manufacturing industries, like, okay, for instance, we are talking about the pharmaceutical industry, we are talking about the excavating industry, and so on. Any organization that wants to do business with them, we firstly think, are these people ISO 14001 certified, or are there any standard that they are following that is in line with environmental protection? Because now, if an organization is not an organization that release waste product into the environment, maybe gaseous or liquid, in whatever form, and they are not following the right standard that has been set down, that has been laid down for them to follow when it comes to the when it comes to the release of these materials into the society. For instance, let's take pharmaceutical industry, for instance, now, whereby they are releasing effluent, which is the wastewater from the industry, that it's highly toxic, releasing into the environment without being treated. In one way or the other, sooner or later, they will be sanctioned, or their licenses being withdrawn, whereby any organization that has been doing business with them prior to that time might be affected negatively. So those are the different benefits of ISO that we have presently. So now, with this little explanation about what ISO is, the reason why ISO is being established, and the benefit of ISO and things like that, I made mention the other time when I started that there is a table above that I said we are going to go back to by the time we understand what ISO is all about. So with now that we've understand what ISO is, that they are international organization for standardization that develops diverse policies and procedures for organizations in order to increase customer satisfaction and to assist them in improving their business processes. Now let's look at what we call the general management system clauses. In the implementation of all ISO standards, where the time we want to implement ISO standard, it is done, we have what we call clause 1 to 10 for the implementation. So clause 1 to 3 cannot be implemented, but from clause 4 to clause 10, that is what is being implemented within an organization. So you can see clause 4.0 that says that context of the organization. And we have 4.1 that talks about understanding the context of the organization. As an organization that wants to implement environmental management system, first, whether the organization decide to do the implementation on their own, or they are sourcing out this implementation to a consultant firm. Now, these are the things that needs to be considered during the implementation. 4.1, you need to understand the context of the organization. This is where we come in with our piece, what we call the SWOT analysis and the PEST analysis, that we understand what is this organization doing, with whom, how, and when are they doing their processes, and what are the relevant external and internal factors that are affecting them from delivering their services. So that is why we use SWOT analysis, we use PEST analysis to come up with these factors and itemize this criteria that, okay, the political activity and the political policy in a particular country can affect an organization. We also look at, okay, what as the organization in particular, what is the strength, what is the weakness of the organization, and what are the opportunities that is available to the organization, and what are the risks that is applicable to the organization. Also, we look at 4.2 that talks about the needs and expectations of interested parties. Now, at this point, we identify who are this organization, what are they doing business with? Who are those that are interested in this organization, in their products, in their services? We identify them, we itemize them, and then we now look at what is the interest of these particular people. There are different stakeholders. It can be the employees, the management, regulatory body. It might be the government itself, the government of the state itself. It might be whoever the stakeholder is. This is where we itemize and identify them. And we also have 4.3 that talks about determining. We have 4.3 that talks about determining the scope of EMS. We have to now determine at this point, 4.3, we determine to what extent are we implementing. Are we doing the implementation, okay, for only to capture the headquarters of the organization, or we are doing it for a particular department within the organization or a particular section? That is what we do with here. And also we have the management system itself. We have 5.0 that talks about leadership rather. So 5.1 talks about leadership and commitment. If the leadership of an organization are not willing and committed to the implementation of this standard, there is no way any of the ISO standard can be implemented. There must be approval from the management. And also we talk about the policy. We look at what are the policy that are within the organization prior to the implementation of any of the ISO standard. We also look at 5.5 that talks about organizational rules, responsibility, and authorities. We also look at 6.0 that talks about planning. Here we talked about action to address the risks and opportunity, which I mentioned the other time. Talk about 6.2 that talks about the objective of management system itself and the plans that the organization the organization have to achieve them. Because before an organization will decide to, okay, we want to implement a management system, they must have a plan in place. They must have an objective that they want to achieve. And also we must plan out they are going to achieve them. And also we are talking about 6.3 talks about planning of changes in case changing from one process to other. By implementing ISO standard, maybe ISO 14001 or any standard, there is a change is occurring. So that change that is occurring, we need to plan it. And also we have 7.0 that talks about support. This is where we talk about resources, we talk about competence, talk about awareness, communication, and documented information. For the implementation, there are resources that are needed. We'll talk about when it comes to material-wise, and when it talks about the personnel, also people that will drive, people that the steering committee for this implementation, they need to be competent, and awareness. The whole organization must be aware that, okay, this as an organization, we are implementing this social standard, and the reason why we are implementing the standard and what we are planning to achieve. Communication must also occur so that everybody can work hand in hand. It's not that one section we say, we are not aware that the organization is implementing this standard or that standard. We also have 8.0 that talks about the operations. So when it comes to 8.0, which is the operation, it's different in respect to the standard we are implementing. So that of the 8.0, which is operation of ISO 14001, is different from that of ISO 27001, and is different from other standards also. So, but when we talk about clause 4, clause 5, clause 6, clause 7, 9, and 10, it's kind of, it's one way or the other related to each other across all these ISO standards. But when it comes to clause 8, it's different in regards to the standard. So let's go back to where we are coming from, and let's proceed. Now, with that, we've talked about what ISO is. Now let's talk about what ISO 14001 actually is all about. So we have been talking that ISO 14001, which is 2015 revision edition of environmental management system, is a standard that aims to protect the environment and to make sure that as an organization that their environmental impact is being measured and is being improved on. Okay, as an organization, our how will I say, okay, as an organization, our emission rate last year, our carbon emission rate was at this so degree last year. Okay, we need to improve, because we know this is the world is by 2050, the world is saying zero carbon emission by 2050. So this standard is one of the way whereby the world is aiming to achieve that zero emission by 2050 that they are targeting at. So protecting the environment, and also not only that, assisting the organization, the company, to improve their processes. So ISO 14001 is a set of criteria for environmental management system. Actually, it doesn't give us a requirement that when we talk about the requirement, these are specifically done rules or steps that you have to follow, that you must follow it, or things you must know. It's this ISO 14001 only gave us what we call a framework of what we need to put in place, of what we need to do in order to make sure that as an organization, our environmental impact is being measured and is being improved on. So also, ISO 14001 can be integrated with other management systems. We can have ISO 14001 and also implementing it with other standards, like I said earlier on, like ISO 14, like ISO 27001, ISO 901, and any other ISO standards. So, and this standard can be applied across all business level, right from the organizational level right down to the product and service level. every area it can be applicable, and in order to improve the processes within these business levels within an organization. So let's take a look at history of ISO 14001. So we can see that the first edition was of ISO was BS 750. That was the first edition, and we can see that the series emerged actually primarily as a result of what we call this Uruguay and this thing that we call GATT negotiation and Rio Summit on the environment that was that is in 1992. So why the Uruguay General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, which is the GATT, while it concentrates on the need to reduce what we call the non-tariff barrier on trades that was applicable as at then, the Rio Summit actually generated a commitment to the protection of environment across the world. But prior to the time of the summit, the world has seen what we call steady growth in diverse areas when it comes to national and regional standard when it comes to protecting the environment. Because the world as at then, due to due to increase in technology, due to there are some that time we call it industrial era actually. So new things that are coming in, the organization and governmental bodies, NGOs, they find it necessary that we need to have something in place to help us reduce the rate at which the environment is being polluted, maybe emission-wise, effluent discharge, and solid waste also. So prior to that time, there have been different standards. For instance, we have the British Standard Institute that has the BCS 7750, and we have the Canadian standard also, Canadian Standard Association that has what we call the environmental management, auditing, and eco-labeling and other standards. And also we have all those ones were applicable as at that time during the European Union as at that time. And we also have other regulations that were applicable, such as management and auditing regulations that exist as at that time that we're talking about. And we have other countries like the USA, Japan and Germany that they also introduce one eco-labeling programs or the other as at that time. So, but what really brought about ISO 14001 was there is this ISO standard that has been in existence before this time, which is ISO 900 series. The quality management standard has been in existence before that. So ISO now deem it fit that, okay, due to this increase in different number of environmental standards across the world, they now deem it fit that, okay, there is a need for, okay, let's create an international standard that speaks specifically to the environmental management system. That, okay, just like the 9,000 series that we have, let's have that of environmental management system also. So due to this, the ISO body decided to form what we call the SAGE group in 1991, which is Strategic Advisory Group and Environmental, or on environment rather. So in 1991, so to consider, okay, how do we create standard and frameworks to promote a common approach? Because most of the time, all the standard, they have their own different approach that it's only peculiar to their own jurisdiction or to for instance, the Europeans, their own majorly specific to them, the Americans, the Germany, the Japan, diverse. So now look at, okay, let's look for a standard that can be applicable, that can be applied across the world, wherever you are, which is an international standard, just similar to what they have in QMS, which is the 9001 that was actually being accepted prior to that time. So as I did, in 1992 now, they've already created that they have already created the group that I was talking about, which is the SAGE. And in 1992, a recommendation came that, okay, let's create a new committee out of the SAGE, which is what we call the TC27, the TC207 for International Environmental Management System, that commits committees, and is substandard. During that time, they include diverse people from different industries, standards, organization, government and environmental organization from across the country. That is what was the TC207 was made up of as at that time. So the first ISO 14001 standard that was released, that was in 1996, as you can see on the screen. That was released in 1996. That was the first time that it was published, as at that time, was published as both international standard and American national standard. That was the first edition, as at September 1996. So the second edition was published, that is in November. That was produced in November 15, 2004, which that one is now, the first standard was produced as a set of standard for both international and American national standard. But the second standard edition was now produced as international standard for environmental management system in 2004. And we have the first revision of that standard that was now produced, the second standard that was produced in 2004 in 2015, and which we still now have what we are using to this moment. So let's look at what the benefit of ISO 14001 is all about. Like I've been saying all this while, it's to improve processes within the organization. Also to enhance health and safety. Like I said the other time, this standard is applicable to majorly manufacturing industry, to pharmaceutical industry, automobile industry that release one waste product or the other into the environment. So it's enhanced health and safety in that this standard has given a framework, a guideline, and rules on how waste product that want to be discharged into the environment is being treated before, it's been handled before it is being discharged into the environment, and the processes that are needed to be followed in order to make sure that these things that are being released into the environment are not harmful. And also, the benefit of ISO 14001 is conformity. It's as an organization that's into manufacture, like I mentioned, those organizations, it is mandatory for them, according to the regulatory law in Nigeria presently, to be ISO 40000 certified. And also it creates confidence in stakeholders to know that, okay, our this thing to make sure that they know that, okay, the environmental impact of the organization is being measured and is being improved on, and also that we are customer focused as an organization. It also helps in marketing. It also helps to increase the demand of service and products, because as if an organization is ISO certified, ISO 40001 certified, the members of the society, which is this, they're also a stakeholder in the organization, knows that, okay, these people, they have our interest at heart. So if we partner with them. If we get, if we do business with them or we get products from them, then, or we work with them, then we know that what we are getting is of high quality. Also, it helps to low business costs that, like I said, processes that needs to be processes that initially have been done in silos, in separation, have been harmonized, brought together as one. Also, it helps to improve environmental performance, reduce the environmental impact, and controlling environmental risk. As an organization, this standard helps organization to identify what environmental aspect is associated with them. When we talk about environmental aspect, these are things, processes that an organization, that the processes and activities of an organization that has impact on the environment. So we have what we call indirect environmental aspect, and we have direct environmental aspect. When we talk about direct environmental aspect, these are processes that, as an organization, they are expected to have control or influence over. For instance, an organization that, for instance, let's look at the manufacturing or a refinery company now. A refinery company now, they have control, or a pharmaceutical company, for instance, as I've been saying earlier, they have control on what they discharge into the environment. Their effluent, the emission that they release into the environment, they have control over it. But when we talk about indirect environmental aspect, those are the aspect of the environment processes that the organization does not really require to have full control over. For instance, now, as a pharmaceutical company, they have control over what they release into the environment, but they don't really have control on what their supplier or customers, on what they release into the environment. They don't really have control over it entirely like that. So also, it helps to commit. My time is almost going, sorry. Also promotes positive image with stakeholders, consumers, and employees. So let us look at what management system is. So when we talk about management systems, so it means the processes and activities of an organization that an organization carry out day in, day out to achieve its goals and objectives. That is what we call management system. And what are these goals? We have satisfying the customer's quality requirement. We have complying with regulations, meeting environmental objective. So those are what we call, that is what we call management system. And also management system standards, as we are considering, it helps to provide organization with international and state-of-art model to follow. Like I've been saying, framework that is internationally accepted. It's not that you are doing something as an organization in silos and you don't even know, you have no idea if what you are doing is right or wrong, or maybe is in compliance with what the regulatory body I expect of you as an organization to do. So now, when we talk about management system, also we talk about management system. It allows organizations to establish policies and objectives and to subsequently implement them. So this implementation can be done in conjunction or in silos. Like I said the other time, you can do 2 or more management system together. You can implement 2 or more management system together, which is now refers to as integrated management system. When you implement one, it is called management system. But when you implement 2, it is now called, when you implement 2 or more, it is called integrated management system. So now, when we talk about EMS, which is environmental management system, it's environmental management system is the aspect of management system processes that aim at protecting the environment and making sure that the compliance requirement is being fulfilled, and also that as an organization we are measuring what is our environmental aspect and we are improving on it as an organization. So I've talked about the benefits earlier, but let's go through it again with the benefit of ISO 14001 in particular. So as an organization, what is the benefit of ISO to us as an organization? So improvement in overall environmental performance and compliance. By the time it has been implemented as an organization, and follow it to details. It's not that it's been implemented in silos and nobody is even following the process. As an organization, it helps us to improve our overall environmental performance, provide a framework for using pollution prevention practices. Like I said the other time, give illustration of a pharmaceutical industry, of a refinery industry. These processes give them framework whereby handle their pollution as the world as a whole. Looking forward to 2050 to be zero carbon emission by 2050. So these are frameworks that is now available for us to follow, and I've been following so far to take us. And there are other standards, but this is part of it to take us to that promised land of zero carbon emission by 2050. It also helps us to increase efficiency and also reduce potential costs. Like I've been saying, processes are now being harmonized rather than being operated in silos. So when we talk about as an organization, the understanding of ISO 14001, which is the environmental, give us an idea of we don't need to practice what we call a linear mode of consumption or a linear process of a linear activities process in the organization. We should practice what we call circular, whereby the production of a particular product, by the time it's been consumed, the byproduct can be converted again to produce something new or to be part of the new processes that we want to, for the next product that we want to make. For instance, the idea of, let's take plastic industry, like I said the other time, for instance, the idea of this generation that we use synthetic means of producing plastic. Now, we brought in the idea of recycling, the idea of reuse, that okay, as a consumer, when we are done with the use of the product, we can take this material back, give this material back, although it is not really effective in Nigeria as at now, but these materials can be recycled again for another product. Also, it enhances public posture with outside stakeholders. Like I said, ISO standard is internationally accepted. So mostly businesses look for organizations that are certified in this standard before they decide to do business. And by the time they see that you are certified as an organization, they will say, okay, let's do business. Management, it helps them to be it's management contests. The benefit when it comes to management contests, aware of organizations, environmental effects. That was how I'm talking about the environmental aspect that is applicable to a particular organization. Easy management of legal compliance. We've already implemented. When any regulatory body comes around, it can be tendered, okay, we are in compliance with these rules and with these laws and regulations. Also increase commitment for environmental issues. So organization will not just discharge materials to the environment without proper handling of the waste before releasing it into the environment, and what they are doing, their own daily day in, day out processes within the organization, how it's impacting the people in the community or their employee as a whole. So let us look at environmental context. It reduces raw materials input and waste output. Talking about having a circular process and not a linear process, whereby we just move from production to consumption, and that is all. But rather we move from production, consumption, reuse, and when it can no longer be reused, we bring it back into production. Also, we have increasing environmental protection and maximizing impact. This reduce waste. Like I said, the purpose of the aim at 2050 on the world stage presently now, which is zero carbon emission. So it helps us to protect the environment and reduce pollution that are being released into the environment through the implementation of ISO 14001, which is environmental management system, environmental management system, and also it also still complying with the requirement of environmental legislation within the organization, within the country, or within your geographical area as an organization. So, and we might be saying that as an individual, how is this applicable to us? How is this beneficial to us? Yes, it is beneficiary, because by the time an organization has this implemented and they are following it to the letter, there is reduction in pollution in the environment and adverse effects, maybe earth wisely, or depletion in natural resources, or the resources that are being used for the production of a particular process is being curbed, because it reduces the raw materials input, whereby the whole or an exhausted process outputs can be converted back into the process to produce new outputs. So thank you for your time. If there's any question, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Inyolua. Thank you for such an insightful session with you. Thank you so much. Please, do we have any question? You can write it on the chat room, or you raise your hand and ask your question. Any question, please? Okay, in the absence of no question, please let's put a round of applause to Inyolua for such an insightful session. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Inyolua. Thank you, thank you. It was nice having you today. So moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. So moving forward in our next session, because this session is in two, the second session, we will be introducing Banya Dwedene Shasha. He is a Cameroonian and has a vast knowledge of environmental safety. So with a thunderous clap on the chat room, please let's make welcome Banya. Banya, please, you can take it up from here. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mercy, for the introduction. Thanks, everyone. I'm happy being here today. Thank you, the Transformation College, for giving me the opportunity to share what I have. I hope everybody's getting me. I hope you are getting me. Hello?
We can hear you, Banya. You can go ahead. Yes.
Let me share the screen, please. Okay, thank you, everyone. And thanks, everybody. Yes, like Mr. Abirwa actually given light on what we are going to be discussing now, which is the ISO 14001 Foundation, part section 2, which is mostly talking about the clauses of the standard. We know that the ISO standard, the clauses of ISO standard, they have 10 clauses, but we are going to be looking at clause 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The clause 1, which is mostly talking about introduction. Clause 2. Please, can you share the slides?
Can you see the screen?
It's halfway.
Sorry?
Enlarge it, please.
Is that okay?
It's okay by me, but I don't know for others. But you can try to enlarge it, put it on full screen.
Okay. Hello, Banya. Are you there?
Hello? I'm
Yes,
there. I'm there. I'm waiting for you to speak.
okay, you can
Let
go
me.
ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Yes. Good. Sorry for the interruption. Please, like Mr. Aburowa have already said, you have given us an insight of what we're going to be talking about for this few minutes. Yes, we are going to talk about the ISO 14001, the clauses of the ISO 14001, the standard. The standards have 10 clauses, but today we're looking at clause 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Where clause 1 is mostly talking about
Your
introduction.
screen is not moving.
Yeah, I know my screen is not moving. I know clause 1 is mostly talking about introduction, and clause 2 is talking about the references, normative references. While clause 3 is talking about terms and definition. Terms and definition. So today, we're going to be looking at the general management system clauses, the use and adoption, which are clause 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Like the last speaker already introduced us to these various clauses. We have seen that clause 4 is talking about the context of the organization. When you talk of context of organization, what do you mean by this? It's simply the internal and the external factors that can affect the organization's ability to achieve its intended goals. Those factors, those things that can disturb the smooth functioning of the organization to reach it or to be able to achieve its goals. So those are the factors. That's what they mean by the context of organization. It's not only meeting its goals, it's to satisfy its customer and comply with applicable laws. The context of organization, as clause 4.1 have 4.1 talk about understanding the concept of organization. 4.2 talk about understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. When we talk about interested parties here, who do we mean by these interested parties? We will talk about the stakeholders, suppliers, customers, and the vendors. Those are the interested parties. How do we need to understand their expectation. We need to understand the expectation of our customers. We need to understand the expectation of our stakeholders. What we produce like an organization or like an industry, the good we produce, what we give out to the customer, what are they expecting from us? What do they want us to do? So that's why clause 4.2 is talking about. 4.3 is talking about determining the scope of the management system. Is the management system going to cover all the various branches, or is it going to be in a is it going to focus mainly on the headquarters, or if you have different only the headquarters and other branches? Is it going to cover all the various branches, or is it in only one of the branches? That's 4.3, determine the scope of management system. So 4.4 is talking about management system. How is it going to be managed? When we look about 5.0, which talk about leadership, and 5.1, in any organization or whatever the case, there's always leadership. And if an organization or an industry does not have leadership, that organization is bound to fail. Good leadership and commitment of all organizations lead the organization to achieve its intended goals. Leadership have to be committed. They have to be committed to their work. They have to understand their employees. They have to be accountable for all what is happening. They have to create policies. That's 5.2. 5.3 is talk about organizational rules, responsibility, and authorities. What are the rules of the employees? Different rules. Each employee has his own role or function to perform in any organization. They have the responsibilities, what to do, what not to do. So with these organizational rules, we make the work easier for the organization because everybody will be aware of what he or she is supposed to do and at what time that thing is supposed to be done. So without these rules and responsibilities and authorities, we see that work will not go on well. But with these organizational rules or responsibilities, organization will function very well and will move effectively. 5.6.0, we talk about planning. We talk about action to take address risks. Like the speaker already said, I think that we're just repeating something here. The speaker already said that we need actions to address risks. What are the environmental risks? It may be pollution, it may be flooding, it may be what are opportunities? What are the opportunities? What are the actions that we're going to take to address these risks or opportunities? Now, 6.2, it talks about the management system objectives. 6.2, sorry, please. 6.2 is talking about the management system objectives. Please excuse me 1 minute, please.
Hello, Banya. Are you there?
Slide.
Okay, welcome back.
I see my slide.
It's not moving.
Is it moving now?
Still not moving.
But it's moving from my end. It's moving from my end. I don't know what's happening. Excuse me, let me check.
Mercy, I think you can share your slide because probably his laptop is having issues. You can share your slide from your end.
Okay, but okay, she's share this from my end. I don't know what's happening.
Is that okay, Banya?
Yeah, I'm seeing the slides. Go back to.
Can you maximize, Mercy, maximize your screen so it will fill up the space. Maximize your screen.
Okay. Is that okay?
Yes, it is okay.
Yeah, okay, now it's okay.
So use the, okay.
Go back.
Where are we? Here.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, this way we are. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, please. My apologies. So we're on point 6.2, which talk about environmental management system objectives and plan to achieve them. After understanding the organizational context, understand the need and expectation of the interested parties, determine the scope. We now need to bring out the objectives and plans to achieve all this. We now have to put all this objectives in, as a plan to achieve. The planning changes. 4.6.3, we talk about planning the changes. Changes may occur within the process. How are we going to overcome these changes? So how to plan for these changes. 7.0, which talk about support. We can't go ahead without us having resources. Which is 7.1. We will need the management leadership approval, but can we move forward without resources? No. The management is supposed to provide resources that we need to carry out the project or whatever case. The competency we need to skilled workers, skilled employees who have vast knowledge, who have knowledge about the management system. We need to train awareness training educating the employees, educating the stakeholders or the customers, creating awareness, making them to understand what all environmental management is all about. And communication, 7.4. We can't do without communication. Communication here is we communicate to the stakeholders, to our customers. How are we going to communicate? Who is going to communicate? That's very important. It's not everybody in an organization that needs to communicate. Communication needs to be done by a specific person who has been kept there to communicate, because if it's not done like that, many people give false, something may happen in the organization and
Please, we are sorry for that interruption. I think his network is kind of fluctuating. Please, we are sorry for that interruption. Let's try to get him back on the call.
sorry, Manero, are we there? Hello?
Yes, please, we are here. We
So
couldn't
Manero,
hear, we couldn't hear
sorry,
you at this point.
yeah, Manero went off. Sorry.
Oh, okay, so welcome back.
Yeah, go back to clause 8. Yes. Now, I was saying that clause 4, 5, 6, and 7 are the planning stage, while clause 8 is implementation. So when you do all this, when you understand the context of the organization, we'll have the management approval, we'll take action to address risks and opportunities, we'll have the resources, we'll have the competence, we'll create awareness, and we'll communicate, and we'll document all what we have discussed in this clause 4, 5, and 6, and 7. They will not do what? Will not implement, will not take action, will not implement. That's clause 8. We'll move to talk about the operation. Then clause 9, we talk about performance. Performance here means that monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. We have to go back to the clause 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is what we have implemented. Are we achieving our intended goals? We have to measure if actually we are doing what we have implemented in clause 4, 5, 6, and 7. If we're not doing it well, then we are like checking if we are doing the right thing. Then clause 9, if we know that we are doing the right thing, then clause 9 or clause 10, we'll do what? We'll take non-conformities and corrective action. Corrective actions here, we're talking about what? The action taken to identify and address and eliminate the root cause. If something has gone wrong, we have to identify it, we have to address it, we have to eliminate it so that it should not occur again. That means continuous improvement. But if not have mercy, please. Yes. If not have been wrong, so we'll move forward. We'll do what? We'll continue, we'll keep on continuing improvement. Next slide, please. Mercy, next slide. Next, Mercy, please. Whose slide are you?
This is process approach, context of the organization.
To be immediately after the one. Is it immediately after the other slides?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Yeah, okay, it's okay. Now, what is we're talking about process approach. What is process here? When we talk about process, what do you mean by process? Process have different definition. It depends on what context we are going to take process. Process means different meanings. In general term, process refers to steps taken to achieve a particular goal. But when we talk about business, in business context, we're talking a process is a set of interrelated, that means interrelated activities that transform input to output. Look at it in regard to environmental management system. We need to do what? We need to understand waste management as a process, which is a crucial component of environmental management system. We need to understand what waste management. We implement the strategies to minimize waste. Like some people, like some companies or some organization will do what? Will do material substitute. The third point is that we do what? We separate and collection, like recyclable and non-recyclable. We see nowadays that many industries or many organizations or even us at home, we don't separate our waste products. We don't separate our waste product for easy management. We take recyclable and non-recyclable and put them together. That is not supposed to be like that. We have to separate organic waste from, like non-recyclable waste from non-recyclable waste. And the recyclable waste will go for the recycling. And the non-recyclable waste will be what? Properly managed or properly disposed. After doing that, we have to do what? Proper disposal of non-recyclable waste. And we'll do what? We'll monitor and continuous improvement. That's process. Here we know that what? We have plan, which talk about what? At clause 4, 5, 6, and 7. Clause 4 to 7. And the do there, I talk about clause 8, which is implementation. And the performance, the clause 9 there is talk about the check that we measure, we monitor, we measure what we have planned. Have we done it the right way? Is there anything that we have left undone? Or is it something we need to add that we are checking? If what we have implemented in clause 4, 5, 6, and 7, we are actually doing it. If we're not doing it, we need to go back and re-strategize and see if we can improve on that. Please, are you getting me? Please, are you getting me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So now we go. Yes, this is the definition of process. Process approach. A process can be defined as being logical group of interrelated tasks. That means a group of interrelated tasks. A process of producing something may involve different tasks, but which are related together, performed to reach a defined objectives. All processes are aimed at reaching a final result, giving a final result. But if the processes does not give a final result, means that they were nowhere planned, we did not well execute them. But if we execute them, because they are interrelated, we execute them the right way, the way we were supposed to do it, we will achieve our objectives. Operational control ensures that activities associated with significant environmental aspects are in line with organizational environmental policy. That means operation, what we do, are the activities in line with laws governing environmental waste? Are they in line with the organization environmental policies or objectives and targets? So that's what the operational control is talking about. Next slide, please. We say here, process approach. The interrelated standard that has been adopted by ISO model is a process model. We have already talked about it. The plan, the do, the check, act, which PDCA. Planning here, we're talking about planning is clause 4, 5, 6, and 7. And the do there is clause 8, which is implementation stage. The check there is clause 9, and the act there is clause 10. That means these are interrelated something. You can't do without them. So they have to be like a process to be able to achieve its intended outcome. This just illustrates it like a cycle, like input to a system, we have processes and we have output. If the input that are coming into the system are not well processed, we will not have good outcome. But if the inputs who are coming to the system are well processed, we will have good outcome. So it all go back. Because if a company produces a good, you have materials input, they produce a good, and it's been sent to the market. For the market now, the customer will need feedbacks. If they have reached the expectation of the customers. If yes, they'll come back now to improve, continue to what? To improve. That means acting. Getting feedback from the customer is what we call checking. They are monitoring what they have sent out to the market. That means it goes like a cycle. That means it goes like a cycle. The plan, the do, and the check act. It goes like a cycle. Next step, please. Yes, we have already said it here that the plan established. Yeah, it's okay. That the plan established management system. The objectives of the business environmental management system, the processes, the procedures, which are related to environmental management and improvement of environmental practices to provide results in line with the policies and the objectives of the organization. We have to plan, we have to do. The planning, as we said before, that is, we talk about the context of the environment, leadership, we talk about support, and we talk about support. So the do there now is clause 8, we talk about implementation, the checking, monitor and evaluation, we send, review what we have done in the planning stage. If we are actually doing the right thing or we are doing the wrong thing, we have to review it, we have to measure it, and if there's some unconformity that we're not doing the right thing, that we're not doing what we have planned to do, we have to revisit it back and try to improve or try to do or correct what we left undone or what needs to be corrected. And the acting here means that we're taking decision. We take collective decision. There's a difference between corrective and preventive. There's a difference. Please take note. There's a difference between the corrective action and the preventive actions. We say the corrective actions are actions which have been taken to identify, address, and completely eliminate. Take note, please. That's corrective action. We do what? We identify, we address, and we eliminate. But with the preventive actions, they talk about proactive. Now, we have to prevent occurrence of a potential problem or to mitigate the risks of issue before they arise. Now, we're just preventing something not to happen. We're preventing a problem not to happen. Not that we're eliminating it, but with collective action, we're trying to do what? We'll identify the problem, we'll address the problem, and we'll completely eliminate it so that it should not occur again. That's the difference between the corrective and the preventive action, which is in clause 10. Next slide, please. So, yeah, this is structure of the ISO 14001 standard. We have actually said here that the planning involve what? Clause 4, 5. Clause 4, which talk of context of organization. 5, which talk of leadership. 6, that's talk of planning. 7, which talk of support. That's the planning stage. That all these clauses work together. You can't skip clause 5 when you talk about planning. You can't skip clause 6 when you talk about planning. Clause 4, 5, and 6, and 7 have to go together when you are talking about planning in any management system. Any of these clauses cannot be kept aside as regard any management system. The do here stand for operation, which clause 8, the checking, as we have said, that we monitor our performance, we evaluate what we have done, whether we are doing it the right way that was supposed to be done, or something has been left out. So we'll go back now to the planning and adjust it there so that it should not affect us in the long run. The acting here, which talk of clause 10, we take preventive measures, we take corrective action measures. Next slide, please. Yes, you see the continuation, the ISO clause 4. What are the requirements of clause 4? These are the requirements of clause 4, the context of organization, the internal and the external factors that can affect the organization's ability to achieve their outcomes, to achieve their intended outcome, what they have planned to do, what they have planned to achieve. That are the factors that can prevent them not to achieve it. That was to talk about the context of the organization. Clause 5 is talk about leadership and work participation. The leadership are the management, the work participation are from the employees. Planning means how we are going to put all these things together. The support means the resources, the creation of awareness, the competency of the leaders, the competency of the employees. Operation now means we're trying to implement what we have kept down, what we have documented in clause 4, clause 5, and clause 6. We now try to do what? Implement it to see if we can be able to go ahead with the work. Then clause 9, please, are we together? Hello?
We can hear you.
Thank you. The clause 9, which talk about performance evaluation. We perform evaluation. We go to the market, we get feedbacks from our stakeholder, we get feedbacks from our customers or from our supplier that if what we have sent out to the public or if what we have sent out is good or not, they give out the back feedbacks. When they give out back feedback, if they are good, we'll keep on improving so as to keep on meeting the needs of our customer or our stakeholders. But if there are some corrections, we need now to go back to the drawing board to see where we went wrong or to see what was left undone and we'll correct it. Then clause 9 talk of continuous improvement. Clause 10 talk of continuous improvement. That means if everything is okay, we'll keep on improving so that our customers or our stakeholders will keep on enjoying our services that we render to them. Next slide, please. We're going to talk about this, the context of the organization. We'll talk about clause 4.1, the context of organization, understanding the needs and expectation. We will need to understand the needs of our workers. What do the workers need? Do they need safety? Do they need increment in their salary? Do they need what? We need to understand that. The leadership needs to understand what workers need and their interested parties, what the customer needs. The customer needs improvement on our products, on our services, or not. We need to understand all this. Determining the scope of the environmental management system, whether the implementation of the environmental management system is going to be in a particular location or is going to cut across all our branches or our units wherever we are. Then the environmental management system implementation. Next slide, please. We'll talk about this clause 5 already. We'll talk about leadership and commitment. We say that leadership have to be committed, they have to be accountable, they have to understand the needs. They have to be, they have to be committed, understand the need of the workers and also of these interested parties. The policies the leadership have to draw up policies of the environmental management system. The clauses which talk about action to address. What are the actions being kept in place to address risks? What are the actions that we have kept in place to address the opportunities, the objectives, the planning to achieve them? How are we planning to achieve what we have documented? Clause 7, please. Okay, these are requirements of clause 7, which give resources. We need resources to carry out all these activities of plan. We need competencies. We need people that understand what environmental management system is all about. We need to create awareness in our company or organization, or we need to create awareness in the public to teach them, to educate them on what environmental management system is all about. We need to communicate, who to communicate to, how to communicate. It's very important. It's very crucial in any organization or in any industries, because without good communication, it may lead to catastrophe. Because something may happen in our organization and the wrong information is given out to the public. It will bring back what? Bad reputation to the organization. So there needs to be somebody who have been kept, particularly for communication purposes, because he will understand how to communicate to the outside. All what we have done here, we need to document them. We should not only say it without documenting it. All what we have kept in place need to be documented and kept safely. Next slide, please. Next. Clause 8, which talk of operation. What we have documented need to be implemented. We need to take action. Operation planning and control, covering the elimination. We have to take actions to eliminate the risks, environmental risks, be it pollution, be it flooding, be it fire, be it whatever. We need to take action to eliminate all these risks or opportunities that we may face in our organization. We need to create emergency preparedness and response team who are there ready, who are prepared and ready to respond to any emergency or to any risks, environmental risks that is coming. Next slide. Performance evaluation. Yeah, that was this is a requirement. We have NEPO 1, we say monitoring. We have to monitor what we have been doing. We measure it. We analyze and do performance evaluation. When we do all this, we will now understand if actually we're doing the right thing. But if we don't monitor, we don't measure, we don't analyze our performance, we will not know or we will not understand if actually we are going the right way. Internal audit. Internal audit here stands for, we need to bring out people like management to audit us, to check if actually what we plan to do, we have done it correctly. And after doing it in the internal audit, management need to review it. We need to carry it back to the management now, so that, okay, this is what we have done. This is what we kept in place to do, or this is what, how far we have gone. This is what we have been done. So they review it and give approval. Next slide, please. Clause 10, which talk about continuous improvement. Incident non-conformity, that which non-conformity means what has been done or what has not been done. We conform it and we take corrective actions. And if we conform about taking corrective action, we do what? Next step now, do what? We keep on continuous improvement. Okay. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you for listening. Any question?
Oh, thank you, Maya. That was a wonderful one. I don't know, we should have questions running on the chat room. Please ask your question and it will be given a due response. Thank you so much. Any question, please? All right, I think we don't have question. So, Banya, people are appreciating you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. More wisdom. So, people are sending in appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, everybody.
Uh,
Thank you for coming. And
yes.
we hope to meet another day.
All right. Thank you so much. It was nice having you. Okay, so without any question, we are going to go on a quick breather for 30 minutes. So we will be back at 1 o'clock. So you could go take a snack, drink water, stretch your leg. Just in 30 minutes time, we will be back exactly 1 o'clock. Thank you so much and see you by 1. All right, everyone, you're welcome back to the last session of today's training. You're all welcome back. You're welcome. All right. Okay, so on this last session, we will be taking modeling business process. That's the last session for today. We'll be taking modeling business process. That's your business analysis. So taking us on that session is no other person than Christiana Adeoye. She is an experienced business analyst. Please, on the chat room, please can we make welcome with an applause, Christiana Adeoye. Christiana, you are welcome. Please, you can take it up from here.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mercy. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you've been enjoying your sessions so far. I hope they've been informative. I hope that you've gained a lot of insight as to what business analysis means, right? Okay, so so that you're not unfamiliar with your trainer. All right, so we are going into a brief session of modeling business processes. I'm sure that by now we've all achieved, or should I say, we've all attained a level of understanding of what we mean by business analysis. Like, you know what business analysis means, you know what your duty as a business analyst should be, you know so many terms that are used by business analysts. You know your functions, you know how effective or how important you are to an organization and to a business. And I'm sure that at the end of this training altogether, you would have become a fully capable business analyst. All right, so I'll just share my screen. I'll share my screen right away so that we get right into business. We have a lot to share today, so we'll make it as snappy as possible. All right. Mercy, can you please confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, please, your screen is shared. You can see it.
All right. Okay. So modeling business processes. What do we mean by this? What do we mean by modeling business processes? Just a minute. Okay, yeah. Okay, so a brief introduction is into modeling business processes means that we want to know the means by which an organization carries out their processes, their internal operations, and how they deliver their products and services. The way they carry out their internal operations and deliver products and services to their customers or their clients. So that's what we want to talk about when we're saying, oh, we want to learn about modeling business processes. Okay, so we will be understanding techniques for modeling business processes from the organizational view of process modeling, and also the detailed business process models that exist in the business analysis world. Okay, so because this is very important in planning how to grow a business organically. So it also helps to ensure the consistency of approach so that everyone follows the same process. Say there's a changeover of hands. Okay, we all know that for almost every business, people come in, people go. How do we ensure that there is a consistent flow of operations? There's a consistent flow of approach. Hope it's not going to be a situation where, oh, their services last year was better. Why was it better? Because of the people that were there. I know many of us, I hear things like, oh, when you visit a particular restaurant, maybe on the island, and you visit the one on the mainland, oh, there's a change in taste. It's not supposed to be. The organization should have a consistent approach, even in making of their products or their services, so that it is consistent from one branch to the other, from the head office to the people to the other branches. Understand? So it makes for consistency in results. So it helps to ensure that there is a consistent approach, that everyone follows the same process so that you get the same results. That's the reason why uh, we tend to model business processes. Okay, so we're looking at the organizational context and the organizational context. So we know that each organization, a typical organization, has several processes. Several processes are carried out. So before you can have a particular result, so there are numerous processes that must be followed, and they must not be static. They must be improved as time goes on. They must evolve as technology evolves, as society evolves. These processes must also be evolving, but they must be evolving in a strategic way. They should not just happen in an haphazard manner. And the costs and the benefits of each improvements vary enormously. They are usually expensive. They have different costs and implications. So it is very important to examine the organizational context before you can embark on a business process improvement project. Because at the end of the day, if you do not do it properly or correctly, you see that you have wasted your resources, your financial resources, you have wasted your manpower, you've wasted time, you've wasted a lot of things. So it is useful to examine the context before you embark on a business and process improvement project. So understanding the context will also help you to understand how the processes are affected by external environmental factors. We know that it is not just internal factors that would guide an organization. It's not just internal processes. There are also external environmental factors. So you need to have both the internal and the external. You need to consider the internal and the external factors that affect the organization. All right. So it is all of these things is usually documented in an organization chart. It shows all the departments, all their divisions, all their units, subunits, the line managers, the reporting lines, the staff, all the activities are usually documented in the organizational chart. That's the organization. So everybody's activities are documented there. All of the tasks are documented. So individual employees can also identify with a particular function. So not just say, oh, I'm a staff of so bank, I'm a staff of ABC bank. I'm a staff of ABC bank. What do you do? Well, I just work in the bank. So for you to have a clear vision, know your place in the organigram, you have to understand your responsibility within the organizational chart. So you can identify with your department, you can identify with the particular function. Oh, I work with IT, oh, I work with operations units. So because it not only defines the job, but it also helps the social group. Because each unit would have particular assignments they carry out, particular cultures, particular attitudes. Okay. So what does the functional view of an organization look like? This is an example. You can see the general management and you can see the functional units under. You can see the engineering, the production, finance, marketing, sales, and support. So this is a functional view of organization. So you can see, you can have more departments than this. This is just an example. Right. Based on the functions that the organization. So why do we need to have a functional view of an organization? This is useful for the internal management to see how the organization is structured and where each person fits in the structure. So it is very important that there is a functional view so that everybody knows what they do. They're able to take responsibility for assignments. When something goes wrong, you know who to responsible, you know who to ask. If there is network glitch and all that, you know that IT departments will be responsible. IT departments will be the ones to be accountable for that. Or say there's a complaint from a customer client, you know that customer service departments, they're responsible, they are accountable, they are answerable for such needs or requests in the organization. So it has its internal reporting lines, you know, maybe from the general manager to the assistant general managers, depending on how the organization is structured, depends on how the so the functional view is static, doesn't show how the business changes over time, except in a case where maybe departments are added. In most cases, it is static. It doesn't really show how the business doesn't show what the business does over time. So yeah, so the static nature of the functional view contrasts with the process view. So the same way we have in understanding the organizational context, you have to have the functional view across board for the organization. So we also have the process view that's based on the tasks or the activities carried out in each department in the organization. So there is a functional view, there is a process view. So the people carrying out the task within the process may belong to different functions and they may need to pass information across functional boundaries. So an example of such is that a customer may first tell a salesperson, a salesperson the details of an order. The order is then passed to the warehouse staff who have to physically make it up. The result is then collected by logistics staff. The goods are then delivered. So this are just examples of the process. So it also emphasizes the need for cooperation and collaboration between all the functions in the organization. So it emphasizes on the need for cooperation between all the participants. If the actual level, if the targeted customer service level of customer service is to be achieved, so there must be a swift and seamless collaboration, communication, understanding across each of the participants for them to have an optimal level delivery service. So the organization is not separate. You understand? It's an awesome body that consists of individual participants that work for the common good of the organization to meet the customer needs as what everybody should
Hello,
try to
Christy,
achieve.
please, can you project your voice? We cannot hear you.
Okay, am I more audible?
It's better
Hello,
now.
it's better
It's
now,
better
right?
now. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. If such a occurs, you can just alert me. All right, right. All right. So Colamo developed the organizational model. So and when he developed the organizational model, it provides an alternative view of the organization that shows the internal processes and the external world. Because for an organization to exist, for them to function and carry out the activities, they have activities running internally. They have things that are being done internally, but then they cannot exist just as an entity, just as an internal entity. They need to also get inputs and outputs from the outside world. Those are the external world. So, like I mentioned earlier, not only the internal factors affect the organization, external factors also affect the organization. So the external factors influence the organization. The external factors that influence the organization are considered. Then, when you now consider them, the internal processes will now be analyzed. Because you can say, yo, there are putting this, say you're in a country where there is a ban on a particular product. Let's say a particular product is contraband. And that's a government policy, right? It's a government policy that no account should anybody consume this particular product. But because you are not paying attention to external factors, you just continue. That's what your own company organization specializes in. And you only consider the internal factors. You spend a lot of resources. See that eventually you would not be able to achieve your business goals. There are external factors that are already acting as a ban on your product. So when you have cleared your external factors, is when you now analyze the internal business processes. Okay, so there are 4 areas that highlight the aspects of external environments that must be considered. There are 4 areas that highlight that are external to the organization that highlight the things that should be considered. So first of all, external suppliers of the resources. So for each of the business processes, we have external suppliers of these resources. You run a manufacturing company, then you not produce all of the materials from scratch. Even if you're a producer, you manufacture everything, you still have to make use of raw materials that are supplied by some other people. That's why no organization can exist in and by itself. You still have to depend on external factors. So first of all, you are dependent on the external suppliers of the process, of the resources required by your own business processes. So it might not only be the physical materials, we also have suppliers of finance, people, ideas. I mean, for your business to run well, you need to probably have a company account. Your company account has to be registered somewhere. You can't say, oh, we are keeping our money, all our profits and everything, all our finances. We manage it internally. You still have to involve the external process, and that means you have to comply by whatever CBN standard is out at the time, by whatever the banks that you use. So you have the external finance, you have people, you have ideas. So it's not just in terms of physical materials, the external to that the external suppliers of resources. Then we also must consider the beneficiaries of the organization. When we talk about the beneficiaries, we are talking about customers, we are talking about your clients. Now, it is not limited to just your, as much as you are really serving, most times you run your business to be able to meet customer needs. They are not just the primary or the singular beneficiaries of the organization. Stakeholders must also benefit from business. I mean, business owners, people that created the business, established the business, they need to be able to create profit for themselves at the end of the day. So you must also consider the beneficiaries of the organization, which would also include the shareholders, a board of trustees, and customers and your clients. So the third external area that you should consider are the competitors. The competitors operating within the same industry or business domain. You have to consider them. So it means that you need to know the market. You need to know who you are competing with in the market. Know the other organizations, know what they do, know what they are doing better than you. If you want your business to thrive. So these are the external factors that you must consider, that you must pay keen attention to. In understanding the whole organization. You need to know who are your competitors. What are they doing? What are their own products? What are their services? What are they doing that we're not doing? What am I doing with them?
Hello, Christy.
Hello?
I'm sorry, people are complaining that they're finding it difficult to hear you.
Okay. Is it better? Speaking as loudly as possible.
I can hear you clearly now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly now.
Okay. I Don't know. Okay. Are there several people complaining of that? Because I'm really projecting. Because you might also consider the volume of your device too.
It's
But I'll
better
still try
now.
to project some more. Yeah, I'll still project some more. Okay, so like I was saying, you should consider the competitors operating in the same industry or business domain. So the last one will be the generic factors that may affect the organization, such as changing regulation, like I mentioned, um, maybe CBN regulation, federal government's regulation, and whatever other generic factors that may affect the organization. And these factors are covered by the PESU analysis. The PESU analysis. Who can tell me what the PESU stands for? You can put it up in the chat box. Let me see. What do you understand by PESU? PESU. Is anybody typing already? External factors that affects an organization. PESU. Can anybody tell me what you understand by that? Am I audible?
Loud and
Mercy,
clear.
oh, okay, okay.
Loud and clear.
All right. No idea from me. Anybody? Anybody wants to give it a try? Okay. So, the PESO means the political, the economical, the social, the technological, the legal, and the environmental factors. We see that all of these are external to the organization, the political, economical. That means, okay, as dollars, as whatever price that dollar is at, it's going to affect every organization. So they're external to the organization. If you like, make all the money. That price exchange rate is going to affect your own business. The political whatever political office is in charge at that moment in government, their decisions will affect your organization. The economic factors will affect social, the technological too, legal, and also environmental factors. They will affect the organization. So um, let's move on. Okay. So examples of such again are what resources does it require in order to operate? What are the things that we need? Are they plentiful or they're in short supply? For the environmental factors now, okay, it's in dry season, the weather is dry, there's no rainfall. If you are a food production company, you will know that at that time you might not have as much um food food in supply at the moment. These are the environmental factors that can affect. So are they plentiful or are they in short supply? I think oranges have their own season. So definitely in when they're in season, fruits, let's say orange fruits drink companies, they would I'm sure they would thrive better in such seasons, except they have a way of organically maybe so there are all the special the things I mentioned, it's very important that you note it. The political, the economical, the social, the technological, the legal, and the environmental factors are very important. So another question is, against whom is it competing for scarce resources? What are the major competitors for purchasing customers? What do their processes offer? All of these questions. Who exactly are the organization's customers? What do they require? How demanding are they? All of these questions are meant to be answered, taking full and taking into consideration when understanding the organizational context. So the organization's business can operate, the organization business processes need to operate within these external environments. So they need to be able to, no matter what the economical factors are or the environment, they need to be able to operate. They need to be able to fill all of these conditions and still operate. All right. So we have understood all the circumstances under which the organization or the business operates. So we can now bear all of this in mind, and then we now use it in channeling or analyzing our own internal processes. Okay, so we can identify. Okay, the organizational model is a high-level view of the processes that operates across the entire business, and it must show the end-to-end set of processes that converts the inputs from suppliers to the outputs for the customers. So for you to understand or fulfill the organizational model, you need to have the total understanding of everything that would show the end-to-end set of processes that guide the inputs and also the outputs. So it's the set of activities in between from the moment you are receiving inputs and till the moment you send it out as output to your customers. So you must understand all the activities that take place in the middle between the inputs and the outputs that you are offering to your customers. You must be able to document them, understand them, and properly document them. Hello, Mercy. Am I audible? Am I still audible? Can anyone hear me? Is anybody having a challenge hearing me?
You are loud and clear.
Okay. So just let's just continue. So an organization's business process map is formed from the high-level set of activities carried out to deliver benefits or value to the customers. So this is a representation of what I was talking about. This is the process. You're receiving inputs, and then you're sending out the output as value, that delivering value. As the business analyst, we've said that you are trying to understand the needs, the business needs of the business needs of your stakeholders. You want to understand it, and then you now recommend solutions. You recommend solutions that will provide value. So the end product is your output, the value that you're delivering. In the middle of all of this is your process, and it's this process modeling that we are talking about today. Okay, so an example of this is, okay, the activities are you record your order, you take payment, you arrange delivery. But before all of this happens, the customer has placed the order. The customer out there has placed an order. Then you now act on these inputs that you've received. You act on this input that has been received. By recording the order, I want item A, you record it, you receive payment from the customer, you arrange the delivery, and then the customer receives their goods. That's your output. It's as straightforward as that. So, okay, so it is very important to the difference between your process maps and business process models. They are different. They're similar, but they're different. We'll get to both of them shortly. So process maps, they show the sets of related processes in a single diagram. Process maps shows the sets of related processes in a single diagram. So it is documented or shown as a box with arrows showing their interdependencies, like what I just showed us earlier. So it shows a detailed view. So it shows the connection or the dependency between each activity, a single diagram. Meanwhile, business process models show a more detailed view of each of the processes, the higher level sets. So an example, so like I said, this is the process map. It's very straightforward. Customer places the order, your inputs, you record the order, take payments, arrange delivery. Now for the for the business process model, there are more things that are entailed. More information is entailed. More information is not as straightforward. It's not just a linear movement like that. So more activities are documented and then examined. So the process maps, it is useful to begin by understanding the core operation of the entire process. So before you say you want to understand the process, you want to know what is the exact operation, what is the most important need, or what's most important, the core operation. If you say, oh, this is a financial organization, what is their major activity? Is it a loan financing organization, or are they to receive, do they do you save your money there? Is it a savings bank? Is it a place where you keep your money? You need to understand the cooperation. It's okay. The cooperation of the entire process, like take bookings, we majorly buy render help. There has to be a cooperation, so you need to know what that is. Then you need to understand the processes that will provide input to the core process. You need to understand the processes that provide core and process that provide input to the core process. These are like supporting processes. We know that their major activity is, okay, for an hospital, we know that the major activity is to render health service. They are there to render health service. Does that mean they will not have financial department? Does that mean they will not have the HR department? They will not have customer care? They will, but we know that the cooperation is to take care of your health. But then you need to also know the processes or other activities that would also provide input to the core processes. So let's proceed. So the third thing to consider, the processes concerned with delivering the product or services. You need to understand the processes that are concerned with delivering the products or services to the customer. That's where your customer care comes in. Then, are there any sales, marketing, or customer services processes? You need to understand and consider all of this very well. So this is a process map for a library service. For a library service. So the customer initiates it, purchase the item, you loan the item. We have, so in the middle, the internal processes will be that you are loaning the item and then you accept the returned item. You purchase the item, you loan the item, you accept returned item. Now, you can also register the borrower. Register the borrower. So it's either you're purchasing. So when a process is beginning, it's either you are purchasing an item, then you loan it out. Then when you loan it out, you now accept the returned item. Another process within this is that you are registering a borrower. A borrower has made a request. So I want to borrow this book item from the library. You've registered the borrower, you've loaned out the book to the person. So in the case that the person did not return the loaned item at the expected time, issue out a reminder. When you issue out the reminder, then the item is returned. In the normal situation, that's the returned item. So this is an example of a process map. So you can see how simple and straightforward the process is. Okay, so at this point, we can see everything. We understand what the process is all about, but it's still not giving full details about each of the processes. It's not giving us full details, right? Like now for the register borrower aspect of it, it's not giving us the duration of time. It's not giving us at what time, how often this can happen. Is it that you're allowed to borrow a book or loan an item once a week, or you can loan it at any time? So There are many other details that are not captured on the process map. Then they are not captured in the process map. So the customers is also not showing us the information that the customers are members of staff who are registered, and the HR department can add new employees or also remove those that have left from their record. So it's for an internal organization. It's not just for a public, it's not a public library. Let's say it's an internal library where members of staff are the ones registered that can come and learn this item and return. So it's not giving us details about the HR activities. Then so HR activities are required for successful addition or removal of employees, especially when they within a prescribed time frame. Okay. So the process map is very useful when the analyst starts to model a particular process. It also gives a kind of boundary. It helps to identify the boundaries for each process and it indicates where the process begins and where it ends. So, okay. So let's consider the Porter's value chain. The Porter's value chain. Let's go through this first. So an alternative approach to building a process map is to look at the products and services, and you also consider what processes are required to deliver them. So that's another approach to building a process map. You look at the process and look at the products and services, and then you think and you consider what processes you would need to deliver them. So Michael Porter's value chain is a useful technique. So it's the representation of Porter's value chain. So you can have a view of the primary activities and the supporting activities. What are the primary activities? There is inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, then service. So meaning you're probably receiving maybe your raw materials. So you are receiving the raw materials, the operations are performed, then there's the outbound logistics, then you have the marketing and sales, then the services rendered. What are the supporting activities in all of this? As straightforward as all of these are, look at the supporting activities. There has to have been some procurement, some RFQs must have flown here and there, sales must have been done, procurement has been done, technology development. There might have been the building of a new solution or something. The HR management, HR might have been involved, the firm infrastructure, all of these are supporting activities. Meanwhile, primary activities are listed here. So the value chain provides a means for analyzing the activities performed by the organization. When you say what are the what value does this organization perform? So the value chain is a way of analyzing all the activities performed by the organization. So it also identifies the areas for primary and support activity that will help the organization to deliver value to their clients, to their customers, and especially that will differentiate the organization from the competitors out there. So there's a concept that you use, which is a value chain. It is used to develop high-level process maps for the organization. So when using your value chain, you should always start with the core activity of the value chain. Then you don't restrict it to that. You also consider other areas, which you will still see the graphical representation of all of this. So we can do this if we obtain the raw materials. when we obtain the raw materials, that's the inbound logistics activity, which I mentioned earlier. So the outbound logistics concerns the delivery to the end customers. The inbound logistics is when you are receiving the raw materials from your suppliers, and the outbound logistics it covers the delivery to your end customers. Then we have the marketing and sales in the middle. The organization must promote their products. They are not, no company will produce products to consume by themselves. They are producing these products to meet the needs of other people. That's where they make their profits from. They're not making it for themselves. So there must have been some marketing and sales involved. So they need to be able to promote their products and stakeholders. Then we have the service activity that involves providing support to customers by answering their queries, complaints, and all of that from their customers. So what are the value propositions? So it is the definition of an organization's product or service that we demonstrate to customers that we understand and we can satisfy their needs. So when you're writing or you're stating a value proposition, you are saying that, oh, I understand the products and services that we have, and we know your own needs, and we are assuring you that our products and services can meet this your needs. It will satisfy your needs. So your value proposition is stating the fact that you understand your customers' needs and that you have products and services that can meet with those needs. So unfortunately, not every organization puts out great value propositions. So some people just focus on their products. They don't relate it with the customer's needs. You can have a product, an internal product. Mercy, are you there? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Doing this every now and then to be sure that we're on the same page.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
some organizations make a big mistake in the area of the value proposition. They will tell you, oh, this is our product, product ABC. It is very wonderful. It is this, it is that, without understanding what the customers really want. If you cannot relate your product and the value, yes, you know the value that is in us, but how do you relate it with the needs of your customers? So that makes the value proposition bland. They are just bland descriptions of the product. So it's not aligning with what the customer needs or what they want. So for you to overcome the problem of inappropriate value propositions, then there are some attributes that have been identified by Kaplan and Norton that can help you make up a successful value proposition. Because as a business analyst, you'll be doing a lot of value proposition. So you need to know how to make or present a successful, a very very successful value proposition. You need to know the main attributes. Okay. So the proposition attributes covers these areas: the products and the service attributes that define the product itself, the customer relationship aspects, the image and the reputation aspects. Products or service attributes which define the product itself, the customer relationship aspects, then lastly, the image and the reputation aspects. So these are very important in stating your value proposition. These are the elements. The product and service, you're stating, you're defining the attributes, the features. What can it do in terms of functionality? It can do this, it can do that. Yes, and then the price, the quality of your product or your service, the choice, the availability of your product or service too. Then we also have the image, like say your branding or for your products. You let's say in branding or in marketing it, you have to put things out that are appealing So the image must also be put into very keen consideration. Then the relationship, the customer relationship with your clients too is very important. People have great products, they have great brands, but if their customer relationship is poor, it will eventually affect the image of the business at the end of the day. So, just explaining what has been said, the functionality is what the product does, the price that we charge for the product, the quality is how well it performs. Choice is whether we can provide a standard product or whether it can be tailored to meet the specific needs of the customer. There are different types of products. There are some that, oh, this is a wristwatch. It will surely tell you the time of the day. Now you can now say, oh, maybe is it so the choice could be, is it static? Oh, a research is a research. Another person might say, oh, we will tailor it to meet your needs. Say if you go to another country with a different time zone, it will adjust by itself, it will do this. Or like you just state if the products can be tailored. Is this something, or you're building an application, just build an application for a client. So you need to understand that you want to know if you can customize the product to meet their own or suit their own business needs. There are some that they just have a straightforward or linear um, performance, but then there are also those that can also be tailored to the specific needs of the customer. So this needs to be stated in the value proposition. Then the availability of timing. How quickly can we respond to customer requests, and how and whether we can introduce it at the appropriate time. Is it going to take us a year? Is it going to take us a few weeks? How soon? How fast can we respond to a request for this particular product? So um, yeah, now to the customer relationship aspect. This is what will influence how the customer feels about purchasing from the organization. So for an example now, the supermarkets can emphasize on convenient access. That's why some people introduce logistics or delivery companies. So instead of you stressing yourself to come over, you can just order on the app, you pick your item from the app, and then we have people that will deliver it to you. So the customer relationship aspect will also influence how customers will feel. And you can see that it is a good initiative. Some people are busy at work and they cannot leave their desk to go get lunch, but they must eat, but they don't really have the time to get out of the office, get food somewhere. But company XYZ has already made it easy. You can just buy on their app and then it will be delivered to your location. So all of these are value propositions that can also that are catchy, you understand, that can entice your customers in terms of the customer relationship aspect. So the image may also relate to the product. It can relate to the product, can relate to the brand. So it can be built up through advertising and promotion to suggest the desirable features of the product. So we know what many um, advertisements, what many companies do. They will look for, okay, um say for they want to the advertising is soap. They won't put someone that is not attractive. They'll put someone that is very attractive. Meanwhile, whether you use the soap or not, your it won't change who you are. But they already put someone that is very attractive, or maybe a celebrity that everybody likes. So of course, that's a way to bait people into, going for that product. You're putting someone that everybody admires out there, and oh, you also want to relate. And so these are part of what we say about the image that relates to a product. So an example of this is buy our clothes and you be as attractive as the person in the advertisement. We all know that's not it. That's where the situation of what I ordered versus what I got, because the physique of the person in the image or in the advertisements might not suit you, and because you like what you have seen based on the physique of the person, you're also going for it. So it's just they are just image. These are just branding. It's just branding. It's just about image of the products that makes it appealing to people. So these are ways of increasing your value proposition, making it much more appealing to your customers. So an organization can differentiate itself by three ways: having the most efficient products, having the best products, providing the best customer service. For you to stand out, for you not to just be mediocre, for you not to just be an average business, you need to be able to differentiate yourself in three ways. Being very efficient, you have to be very efficient um, with your service or your products. You need to have the best products, and you need to also provide the best customer service. I can tell you for free that number three alone is it can spoil your reputation, even if you have one or two tips. When you have a very poor customer service, it can spoil all the good work you've done by being efficient and having the best product. So efficiency means that in high volumes, low costs, there's low prices. So they're budget friendly. Everybody can afford it and all of that. And at the same time, you're not compromising with the standard of the product. That's what it means by efficiency. That means you're still producing a very quality of products without compromising with minimal resources in terms of cost and probably time too. So that's what it means to be efficient. So having best products also means that you have high quality, but innovation and ability to introduce new products before the competition does. Many people just tag along. Whatever they see their competitors do, they also try to recreate it. But people have already gone for they're already used to what your competitor does. Like your competitor was the first to introduce this particular maybe feature. Then some people just tag along. You need to be able to do something better in such a case. Maybe you make your own price better, you add or you tweak it. Because if you are just following or just tagging along, nobody will really notice you as such. So you must be very innovative and be able to introduce new products before the competitor does. So that's where we have things. We have companies like Apple, they always stand out, like in terms of no shade to the Android users, but then Apple comes to mind. They are quick to release a new feature and that keep people on their toes, and that's why some people will always choose Apple products no matter what. So high level of customer service will rely on flexibility. That means the product must be adaptable to the needs of your customer. The product must be adaptable to the needs of the customer. Those are high level. That's what you mean by a product being flexible. It must be able to adapt to the needs of your customer. So okay. So when conducting business process improvement projects, you must understand that the value proposition adopted by the organization will help the analyst to understand. Hello, hello, hello. So when conducting business process improvement project, so the purpose of understanding business process models is to the end that you want to improve it. You don't keep it static. You want to improve your processes. That's the essence. So on a business process improvement project, you have to have an understanding of the value proposition adopted by the organization. I need to know that it helps analysts to understand the focus of the business processes. All right. So an alternative view is to understand or consider the customer's perspective. this is very important. You want to understand the customer's perspective. As an analyst, yes, you have your own experience perspective to it and your own technical perspectives, but then you should also consider the customer's perspective. Customers will always know what they want. They should know what to expect, and they can survey the industry to find the organizations that will meet their needs. So you must understand this from the customer's point of view. Understand the customer's value proposition, because this is what will help you align with your own organization's value proposition, and then you can both make can both get value. I mean, you are giving the customer what they want, and then you're also getting profits from that. So it is very important to also consider the customer's point of view. Hello, somebody's talking. Hello. Yeah. So the business process models now. So we've identified, we've mentioned that process model is usually triggered by something. The processes are not just independent of something. It starts from somewhere. We already said that there is usually an input, and these inputs most likely are like triggers. They are triggers. So it is triggered by business events, and it includes 5 components. So when you are understanding what PPM means, business process model, you need to know that it consists of 5 key components. 5 key components. The tasks that makes up the process flow, the decision points, the actors that carry out the task, and then the outcome of the business process. These are very important. These are very important. Someone's mic keeps it. All right. So the business process is triggered by business events, and it includes 5 components, like I mentioned. The first component is the tasks that makes up the process. So there are subtasks within the process. Or we say the process is sell the chair. Something must have started, like there are many things that must be involved in selling the chair. So maybe you have bought the wood, they have manufactured the table and the chair. They have done some, lots of things, lots of tasks make up the process. So you have to understand the tasks that make up the process flow. After this process, what goes on? What is the next thing after this? The decision point, the actors that carry out the tasks, and then the outcome of the business process. That's the end goal. That's where you understand if the process was successful or not. The outcome determine if the process was successful or not. So process refers to an entire set of activities from the beginning to the end. That means it starts with the triggering event and it ends with the output that is being delivered. That's what a process means in summary. It refers to the entire set of activities which starts with the triggering event and it ends with the output that is delivered. Task, what do we mean by task? It's an activity within the overall process that is usually carried out by an actor at a single point in time. So several tasks will make up the process. So different tasks will build up eventually into a process. So they are the activities within the overall process that are carried out by an actor at a particular or single point in time. What are the steps? Steps refers to the activities carried out within an individual task. So it's like a sub under the process. Task is a sub of the process. The step is a sub of the task. So the step is like the sub of the process. So they are the activities carried out within each task. So it is useful to show just the task on the process model rather than each individual step. Hello, can you still see my screen? Can you still hear me?
can still hear you.
All right. Okay. So the business process model continued. So developing the process model. So you need to understand that there are many standards for modeling the business processes. There are several models, and some of the most popular ones are the UML activity diagram technique and the BPMN. The UML is Unified Modeling Language activity diagram technique, and the second one is the business process modeling notation. That's the BPMN. So there are like the two most popular business process modeling techniques, right? UML, BPMN. So just have it in mind. So the business process models are usually called swim lane diagrams. Swim lane diagrams, like just like the way you swim forward. Like I'll show you what that looks like. So it forms a key element of the models, right? So we use the notation and structure from the UML to build swim lane diagrams. So BPN provides notation and structure for building the business process. So what are the important features or elements that you can see from a swim lane diagramming technique? We can it has an overall layout, which includes the symbols used, sequencing of the symbols, the naming of the tasks, the symbols that are used, the sequencing of the symbols, the naming of the tasks. So all right. So to build a business process model, you need to identify the people are that take up the roles, people that take up the business roles. These are the actors. They're the actors. They are the people that carry out the activities within the swim lane or within the business process model notation, within the BPMN, or within the UML, or let's just say within the swim lane diagram. So they are the actors. They're the ones that they may be individual people, group of people, organization, IT system. So it is carried out by each actor. The swim lanes, they usually appear on the diagram in a sequence that follows the actor's involvement. So these swim lanes, they appear on the diagram in a sequence that follows the actor's involvement. They are usually like arrows and all of that. As a result, the action goes from left to right in an horizontal layout. So let me just show us what that is. 1 minute. I want to reshare my screen. I don't know what's going on my screen, but just give me a second. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can see it.
All right. Okay. Let's take out something. Okay. So this is an example of what we're trying to say. For we can see the actor. We can see the actor. We can see the activities of the actors. Who are the actors? The process itself is to loan an item. Loan item. Loan the item. Then the actors here are the borrower and the librarian. The actors are the borrower and the librarian. Now, the borrower initiates the process here. This small dark circle here it indicates the start of an event of a task. It indicates the start. So the customer requests to borrow the item. So the customer is the one initiating the process here. And now these horizontal lines are the swim lanes. So now the customer requests from the librarian. The librarian now gets a prompt. He checks the availability of that item. After that, he sends out the item to the borrower and then sends it to the borrower. And then the borrower receives the item and then the process ends here. So this symbol, remember that from here, from this previous slide, we said that, is it this slide? Yes, we talked about the symbols used, the sequencing of the symbols, and then the naming of the tasks. So you can't, if as a business analyst, you are trying to create a BPM and you're trying to present, a BPM to your stakeholders, and then you put this end symbol at the beginning, you are wrong. This always starts, this small dark circle will always starts or initiates the process. This is where the task begins, and then this symbol is what is used to end the process. So an explanation of that is that the process involves two actors, the borrower and the librarian. We have two swim lanes, and then the start and the end points of the process are clearly shown. The former with the named event, and then the latter with the bullseye symbol. So I think that was explanatory enough. Was explanatory enough. So now, okay, so now this is a more detailed view. This is a more detailed view with link from another process. It's a business process model with link from another process. So now the borrower has initiated, this is the start point. The customer wishes to borrow the item, and then the librarian, before he can send out the item, will check for the availability of the item. We check for the availability of the item. So using the appropriate symbols is very important, like I mentioned. So now this diamond shape is a decision point. It's either, oh, okay, as this person has requested for this and he has checked the availability of the item, is it available? This is a decision point. So if the item is available, you proceed to send out the item to the borrower. If it's unavailable, you cannot send it out to the borrower. So if it is unavailable, it means that maybe it is a reserved item, or maybe it is someone else has borrowed it, so it is not available. So the process ends, it goes to the end point without the borrower receiving the item. So it is like a reserved item, and then the process ends here. But if it is available at this decision point, sent out to the borrower, and then the borrower then receives it, and then the process ends. So also the librarian can also receive the borrowed or the returned item. The librarian, that's another external process. The librarian is receiving the returned item. Okay, so fast now. So we need to understand that it is good practice to use limited set of symbols on a business process model. You don't just choose any shape. We don't just choose any symbol. Like there are specific symbols, and you should limit the use of your symbols for easy communication between all the business stakeholders, so that everybody understands it. But by the time you've used a lot of symbols, and it gets confusing. So an important convention concerns the naming of business processes and tasks. It has to be readable. The readability of the model is enhanced if each of them is named according to the standard approach. So, and then from a clear site, you should be able to tell what the process is. Like now, you don't use ambiguous words like manage or handle the process, be specific. Find book, borrow item, close, like you need to just be very specific. Describe what the activity that's to be carried out is. But if you say handle payments, what do you mean by handle payments? What aspect of the handle payments am I supposed to do? So it's ambiguous. So creating a very optimal business model, you should be very specific with your verbs in this. Like now, you can see from here, like the action there is loan an item, and then everything is clear. Okay, so the swim lane diagram shows the work that has been carried out within the business process. It includes the actors, the flow of the work. So it is sufficient to identify problems with the assets. So don't forget that the business process model makes it makes the what's it called, the current state of the organization visible. We are still in the process of understanding the organizational context. So it's the business process model helps you to at a glance understand where the organization is at that moment. You can understand their current state, you understand their as is, you understand their as is. But in the process of improving that business process model, in a project where you are improving business, you are taking the company, their current state, their future state, that's taking them from their as is to their to be. All right. So the streamline diagram um is sufficient enough to identify problems. You can easily find the bottlenecks because they have listed out each process. You can see, you will know which process is not necessary and all. So you are trying to improve their processes, eliminate the unnecessary ones and all of that. So we should consider the following aspects for each task. The trigger for each business activity that initiates the task. You should know the inputs to the task, you should know the information that is required to carry out the task, outputs from the task, the costs that are relevant to the particular task, measures and standards applicable to the task, detailed breakdown of steps within the task, business rules to be followed in performing the task. All of this must be known. You must consider each of them for each task. Must consider each of them. So documenting them would also help in the analysis of the task and the identification of the problems or opportunities for improvement. So as you are documenting each of these aspects, it will help you to quickly identify where the problems are or where the opportunities for improvements can lie, where they lie. So a textual description may be okay, all right? But where the steps and business rules are more complex, maybe when you're using a flowchart, I'm sure many of us have seen what a flowchart is. Also shows how the processes flow seamlessly into each other. So that's what a flowchart is, or a UML activity diagram without schema. So, this is where it becomes useful. Okay. So in analyzing the process model, some things must be understood when you are trying to analyze the business model. First of all, you must analyze the handoffs. What do we mean by handoffs? Handoffs is when a former user is trying to pass or hand over the process or operation to the next person. So you need to identify the handoffs, analyze the handoffs. So business process models help to identify the problems with the existing process before you now produce a replacement process. If you don't understand or identify the problems with the existing one, then I don't know how you want to correctly produce a replacement. So the handover must be seamless, must be efficient, must be fast, must be clear. So there has to be a clear representation of the handoffs. If it's vague or unclear, then it will cause some sort of delay. So a clear representation of handoffs is a major advantage of the diagramming technique when we are trying to improve the processes. So in many traditional processes, the handoff accounts for many of the problems that we experience because it usually causes delay. Because before this person hands over to this person, there will be a lot of them. There might be some gap in communication. Person has to first of all understand where this person left off, or you can effectively take off and proceed from there. So, um, handoffs usually cause a lot of delays, communication errors, and what's next can occur from there. So, an example of this is when a piece of work arrives at its destination, it may be in queue until an actor is free to deal with it. But the successor now takes over from there. So, another cause of delay during handoff is usually inadequate resources, inadequate resource capacity to handle the whole process. So this causes queues. Like now, when transactions are coming in a random fashion. So before you can move on to the next process, the successor or the next person that is taking over has not clearly understood what should go on, or should we say, there are no finances to proceed. All these handoffs can cause a queue, which causes delay. Okay, so these are examples of handoffs on the high-level process model. So now we have the manager in our swim lane, we have the manager swim lane here, we have the clerk swim lane. So the manager captured the information already. Now he has sent it to the clerk, but before he sent it to the clerk, there was a preceding handoff. There was an handoff that took a time, and then the clerk now eventually receives it, and after all the waste of time, eventually calculates the result. Then there is now another succeeding handoff in sending it out to the manager, which after the manager receives it, will now analyzes the results. There has been some bottleneck already, middle of that. So let's give a proper example of that. So the production system on the shop floor of a factory is a specific example. So the queues of the physical components can be seen as they progress throughout to the different machine operations. So although a process in a bank, for example, may seem different from one in a factory, they both face same kind of problems where handoffs occur. So queues of physical components may be seen as they progress through different machine operations. So what I'm saying in the process of let's say the I don't know what it's called now. All these machine operators, process of moving from one person handing over to one person, that there can be delays which are called queues. So these are the things that slow down the process. That would slow down the process. So okay, now what do we mean by piecemeal modifications? Piecemeal modifications. We're still trying to analyze the business process model, and we've seen that the first reason for the first thing to consider is to analyze the handoff, to understand the problems that are experienced with current process before you can identify the opportunities for improvement. You are still trying to analyze where the problems are arising from. So the first one is analyzing the handoffs. Is major reason why the major area that improvement should be made of landing over. So the next one that we're considering is the piecemeal modifications. Piecemeal modifications. So what we mean by this is the changes that occur little by little. They do not happen all, but eventually they have a cumulative effect. Eventually they have a cumulative effect. So it doesn't just happen at once, but it just changes a little in little bits. So the reason why this happens is that they might have been in use for a considerable period of time. It might have been in use for a considerable period of time. So and over time, changes have occurred. Changes have occurred, And if effort is not if effort has been spent examining the process as a whole, there might be if efforts are not made to examine the process as a whole, we notice that there are significant inefficiencies and inconsistencies. Over time, um, people tend to just deviate from the set standards. So we know it by heart. There's no point following the written down maybe questions, following the SOPs and all of that, manual of operation, the standard of operation. You already know it, but before you know it, you're already deviating into it. So the cumulative effect is not seen in it. Before you know it, there's already a whole change to the whole process. So when analyzing business processes, it's important to look for problems that have arisen over time, such as duplication of work, lack of standardization, inconsistent measurements or control. Duplication of work, lack of standardization, inconsistent measurements or control. So after identifying the problems, our responsibility is to improve business processes. We've highlighted the problems that have been recorded. So now want to improve the business process. How do we go about that? We want to take the assist to take the current state to the future state. So the first thing to do is to simplify the process. Simplify the process. So you can achieve this by eliminating the unnecessary parts. Eliminating the unnecessary parts. There are times that some actions are just like duplicate. They're just like repetition. They are not really necessary. Not it is of no value. So you take out those unnecessary parts. So those tasks may be required when the process was first introduced, but after a while it has become redundant because of several changes to the business. Like now, although reports may still be produced, though nobody uses them anymore. You can reduce these tasks by when you reduce these tasks, it not only reduces the running cost, it also reduces the resources used by the process, and it also reduces the handoffs and their delays. So an example is simplifying the number of tasks carried out by different actors into a combined single task for one actor only. Simplifying an example of simplification is where a number of tasks carried out by different actors are combined into a single task for one actor. So this reduces the number of handles. It also results in improvements such as reduction in errors. So the next way to improve your business process after simplifying the process is to remove the bottlenecks. So bottlenecks happen when there is a mismatch in the capacities of the related tasks. When there is a mismatch, the capacities of the related tasks. So remove all the bottlenecks. Like now, if task A can handle 100 transactions per hour, and then they're now passed on to task B, which can deal with 90 transactions per hour. This is an easy example to see that the resources needed by B have to be increased. They have to be increased to match that of task A. So another way to improve your business process is by changing the sequence of the task. Change the sequence of the task. Okay. So that's why digital transformation is very important, because many operations that were done manually that involved a lot of paperwork, and you have to pass it over to this person to sign, give it to this person's desk to sign. All of this eventually amounts to um to handoffs, which makes the process longer, takes a long period of time. You might spend a lot of resources. You can automate the processes such that the moment this person clicks on this person, it is automatically sent to this person that just maybe on the click of a button has already covered like 5 other tasks. So change the sequence of activities, change the sequence of tasks, And that's why technology has come in to meet the workflow that makes um, seamless, makes for the seamless um, workflow possible. Okay. Another point is to redesign the process. Redesign the process. So you can focus on identifying the tasks that are required to work from the business events towards the required outcome. So you can redesign the whole process. And then you can also what's it called? You mentioned that you can automate your processes. When you automate your processes, it's seamless. And then you can also add more features in, you say you're incorporating a solution, you can also incorporate or add in more maybe more features that would help you to design the process and make it easier to achieve. Another one is to redefine the process boundaries. Define the process boundaries. So it can involve reducing the activities carried out by the organization. Okay. And what does this mean? It means that there are some tasks that you might not need to waste your time doing. So sometimes you might just have to outsource the tasks or even the entire processes to another specialist organization. You know that if your organization should do it, you do not have enough expertise. Say maybe your IT department does not have enough expertise to build an application that you need to automate the work. Instead of spending a lot of time, spending a lot of resources, of which you might not even get value, why not outsource it to um, a company that does that? They are specialists in that. That way, you know that you have getting value for your money, and then it has saved you a lot of has saved a lot of stress. Or maybe hiring company, you know that maybe you don't really have an HR department, but you need this particular talent or that. So why not outsource it to the HR and take that headache off your own neck? So that's another way to improve your business process. You define your process boundary. You can outsource your tasks or even some entire processes to other specialist organizations. Okay. So process measurements. Um, so you must not only define what the process does, but also how well that processing is to be carried out. So not only are you identifying what the process must do, but you should know how well it has to be carried out. So the importance is illustrated in the statement that you can only manage what you can measure. You cannot measure it, and then you will not be able to tell how well you are doing, how badly you are doing. So you should be able to measure your process. And one of the very important measures when defining performance measures is to know that is to recognize that there are two perspectives on performance measurements. Measurements for internal management purposes and measurements by external customers. So most organizations can create difficulties for themselves when they only concentrate on their internal measures at the expense of the customer concerns. Okay. So what do we mean by the internal measures? They are derived from the organizational objectives, critical factors, success factors, KPIs. So they are usually defined at the organizational level. We have the organizational objectives. So these are the things that we want to be known for. These are the things we stand for. We have KPIs at the end of 6 months. You must have been able to achieve this. You must have been able to do that. So these are like the internal measures. The operational measures it should support all of the higher level measures right up to the organizational level. Now for the external measures, they are concerned with the customers' expectations on what they want what they want to get delivered. Okay. So and one way to think about it is to consider that will each customer group will value about the deliverables. So when you identify this, you have to think about three major areas. First of all, the time it takes to complete a process or a task. the financial measures such as cost and prices, the quality measures that are concerned with the accuracy and effectiveness. So as much as you want to deliver a quality product, the time should not be endless, should not be something that the customer is even already tired, the customer is already frustrated, and then the financial measures should be it should be budget friendly, cost friendly, should not be cost truth. So all of this should they are the external fact measures from the customer view that need to be put in consideration. Now we have the process and task measures. Process and task measures. So, and one of the key issues for performance measures is to understand the customer's expectations. So, like we have said, to understand the customer's expectations. Internally, we know the process may have several individual tasks, and each of which we need to be allocated performance measures. So these performance measures will now work collectively to deliver the product or service within the overall performance measure for the process. Okay, so this is an example of what we mean by that. An example of a business process with a timeline. So this same business process that we have seen earlier, we had the borrower, we had the borrower, we have the librarian, the person has requested, customer has requested to borrow an item, the librarian has checked the availability. It should follow a timeline. It should follow a timeline. It should not just be left open. The timing should not be left open. It has to be time bound. So for this process, checking of the availability of items shouldn't be more than 2 days. Shouldn't take more than 2 days according to this plan. According to this plan, it should not take more than 2 days. And for you to now send it to the borrower, another 2 days. Then for this person to receive the item, maybe 1 day. This is just an example, right? So there has to be a timeline that should be followed. Timeline that should be followed. So the item will be received within 5 working days. Then the internal measures are fine. So if anything is affecting the delivery of that product, of the customer's request, anything that is beyond 5 working days, then we know that the internal measures are faulty. There's something wrong somewhere. So the internal measures would ensure that the customer's expectations are met within the time range. But if the customer is expecting the item within 2 days, then we know that this BPM, this business process model, is not meeting the customer's expectation, right? So the performance targets set for a particular process have to be in alignment with the expectations of the customers. If we design a process that results in a service that does not meet customer expectations, then the likelihood of losing customers is very high. I mean, it's very important that you gain customers and then you want to retain them. Gaining them is not enough. Retaining them is even much more important, and making sure that they return. Not only are they retained, they also return, and if possible, they also refer you. So if these conditions are not met, you see that you would lose your customers. So you need to estimate the timeline. Estimating the timeline for a process is difficult. So it will depend on a range of factors like the length of time taken by each task, the resources available, number of transactions to be processed, the variety and mix of different transactions, amounts of reworking caused by errors, delays and queues at each of the handoffs, quality and productivity of the staff, then other work that could interrupt the process. So some process modeling software provides performance information by using data on their factors to simulate the behavior of the process. So there are some software that provide performance information. They have inbuilt data data that would automatically generate the performance information to understand to simulate the behavior of the process, that we know if it's for you to know if the process is effective or not. So cost and time estimates are interrelated. So similar issues apply when setting financial performance measures. So the longer the task within the process take, the more resources are required and hence higher cost. So performance issues. Measures and targets need to be chosen with care, especially when managers are given incentives to achieve those costs. Okay, now finally, we want to talk about Six Sigma. What do we mean by Six Sigma? Six Sigma is an alternative approach to process improvements. It's an alternative approach to process improvements. It is also a way of improving your processes anyways, that improves business processes for increased turn around time and to increase value. So Six Sigma follows a 5-step approach. It follows a 5-step approach that is usually identified with DMAIC, DMAIC, DMAIC. DMAIC. What does DMAIC stand for? Define the problem, you measure the data, analyze the problem, improve the process by removing the root cause of the problem, and then you introduce controls to prevent the original problem from recurring and to maintain the benefits. So DMAIC once again means define the problem, measure the data, analyze the problem, improve the process by removing the root causes of the problem, and then introduce controls to prevent the original problem from reoccurring and to maintain the benefits of the changes made. So Six Sigma follows this 5-step approach. So when they say Six Sigma outside, say Six Sigma, yellow belts, green belts, white belts, you don't just you are not ignorant of what it means now. Okay, so they said let's assume that we are a global delivery company and we are getting an increasing number of customer complaints. We're rounding up in less than 5 minutes, so less than 3 minutes anyways. And we are getting an increasing number of customer complaints about non-delivery or late delivery of packages, incomplete deliveries against acknowledged orders, packages delivered to wrong addresses. If you want to follow the DMAIC approach, we have to carry out the following activities. We have to define the problem. What is going on wrong? So is it just, are there many problems? Like how serious is it? That's where you are defining the problem using the DMAIC approach. Then you measure the data. So it means you're identifying the symptoms. Do they occur like from time to time? Then you have to produce a map of the process that is producing the problem. Then you also concentrate on the symptoms that are doing the most damage. Concentrate on the symptoms that are doing the most damage. Then you have to analyze the results so far. Analyze A is to analyze the results. So you should be creative and you should be very active about understanding the causes of the problems, and you have to document them down. You have to document them and then you test them. That's also identify the root causes. Then you improve the processes. You assess alternative improvement methods, design and test the chosen method, then implement the chosen method. Then you control the new process and monitor its effectiveness. Control the new process and monitor its effectiveness. So this is a standard and structured approach to process improvements that uses data and measurements to identify all the benefits that can be obtained using such improvements. So the benefit of this is it helps to reduce errors. It helps to reduce errors so that all the processes meet or exceed the customer's expectations, and there are no more than 3.4 defects per million pieces. So the reason why Six Sigma is important is that it helps to rule out errors. It helps to rule out errors, and it is customer centric. It is customer centric. It helps to meet, it puts the customer in mind. So it helps to meet their needs and even exceed their expectations, such that there are no more than 3.4 defects per million occurrences. So in the global deliveries PLC example, this would translate into performance that delivers the right package to the right place at the right time 99.997% of the time. I mean, if a company can deliver this level of results, I mean, I think they are a very great company. So Six Sigma can be used to improve, to understand the problems, and also improve business processes. So that would be all from here. Thank you so much for your time. I would hand over to Mercy or Edie.
Drop the story and all of that.
All right. Thank you so much, Christy. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful time with you. Thank you. I don't know if anyone has a question or something. Quickly ask your question so we can call it a day.
That you have spoken, and they can't do that with another activity. Their own focus is deliver.
Please, do you have a
So that's why
question?
I'm saying like Ogene. I know Ogene is a key person for us, but I also understand it's a influencer. So I
Okay.
couldn't really pressure much
I
on him,
think,
but I'll still give
Christy,
him a
I
target
think we do
also.
not have a
I'll give him a
question.
target.
Okay,
Because
let me
even
see.
as it's functioning for you, it's functioning for us.
Okay.
He must meet up his
I
target.
think we do not have a
But for
question.
Leonard is one of our very
So with that saying, with that being said, thank you so much, Christy. Thank you so much for that wonderful time with you. It's been an insightful one. Please, can we put a round of applause to Christy? Thank you so much, Christy.
My pleasure, everyone. Thank you.
All right, so a quick one. Please let's endeavor to follow us on all of our social media platforms. Follow us on all of our social media platforms. Then please, excuse me, follow us on all of our social media platform, and then endeavor to do all of your assessments and on time, please. Thank you so much. That will be all for now. We will see you in the next one by next week. Thank you so much and have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.